20%. Save your progress. Yes. Now we at Turnabout 4. Episode 4. The flashback. The Turnabout Reminiscence. So this is where we saw Gumshoe for the first time. Episode 4, Turnabout Reminiscence. Kay Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years earlier. The old courtroom. There's a prosecutor and defense attorney. Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. Objection. I asked the defendant just what exactly you were trying to say. Don't you get it? I know the true identity of the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it! You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy! Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu? That's exactly what I'm... Oh, objection, Mr. Rowell. I think we just got about enough of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me! So yeah, I couldn't stop anything. But yeah, there was a defense, there was a lawyer who had freckled face, but very long and straight black hair. A new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. September 10th, 3:20 p.m., District Court, 3rd floor lobby. So now we're younger. We're very our first day one uniform. Just want to no, not story mode. Shit. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. So this is the same judge. September 10th, 3:20 p.m., District Court, 3rd floor lobby. This is young Edgeworth with a bigger cravache and some sort of blue vest and the black and golden flips. It's almost time. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor would be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth? Sir! Manfred is here. He bows. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? I don't have it. All that I have is my badge. Yes, sir. I memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud. As I watch over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Okay, now I can move around. So there's a guy holding... Is he standing in front of a trash can, pressing the pedal to open the lid, but the lid doesn't open? Oh, this is so good. Oh, okay, no, it's the water fountain. He pressed the pedal to get the water in. Gulp, 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 gulp. I could drink a whole gallon. I've never heard of water that tastes that good. Maybe I'll give it a minute. Gulp, 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 gulp. I'm gonna take a drink at the same time. After a minute, he's still gulping. Does he plan on gulping an entire reservoir dry? A bulletin board. There are trial schedules posted on it. Trial schedules for this week, huh? There's only today's trial listed. This must be a mistake, or this country's judicial system is not working as it should. This should lead to the defendant's lobbies. Edgeworth, where is your composure? If you wish to take a look at your enemy, do so in the courtroom, as you crush him. Indeed, thank you. You're a man of wisdom and experience, sir. An old lady sitting on the bench, sighing. Excuse me, ma'am, but is something the matter? I just thought someone would have brought hors d'oeuvres by now. But this is a courthouse. It would be quite atypical to provide hors d'oeuvres here. Are you sure? Someone poured me a fresh cup of coffee last time I was here. What the heck does she think a courthouse is for? The trial is about to resume. I should stay on the premises. Mr. Prosecutor, sir! You've got a good eye if you can tell that I'm a prosecutor with just one glance. As there are always only prosecutors and defense attorneys in this lobby, I usually hit the mark if I guess one or the other while there is a recess. You're only guessing? There's a maquette here. A model of the courthouse. It's pretty well constructed. Hands in the face? Don't tell me these things transform. Well, I wonder for what other purpose could they have been made. Aren't these great? Daddy made all of these. Awesome! But did you get fired right after you made them? Ah, yes, I did. I spent the same amount of money on this model as it cost to build the real thing. And my boss wasn't very happy with me. Hahaha. Yes, Daddy, didn't you say you built a secret mechanism inside of it? I'll tell you all about it someday when you're older. A secret mechanism? Maybe installed as a payback for getting fired? It could be trouble. Now I'm curious. A luxurious and beautiful leather sofa. I must say every part of this courthouse is meticulously well kept. Although the positioning of this sofa puts one under the direct gaze of the judges. Every judge in this courthouse history has quite the beard. So yeah, we can see above door level on the wall there are picture frames of all the previous judges, and they all look alike, being baldy with long beards, different lengths of beards, different shapes and sizes of skull, different heights, and has gallantly parted with their beloved head of hair, I see. Being a judge must be a very stressful career. Egad, what a cold stare is giving me. However, as a disciple of Von Karma, there is no option but to win. I must stare back. Bailiff ... Yeah, he's good. The power of his cold stare rivals my own. And then he sleeps. He sleeps with his eyes open? He's sleeping while standing up! The trial will resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir. I was already well aware of that. Shortly, or in a moment. Which one is it? Be specific. Trial resumes shortly. Please wait patiently for a moment. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous than his claim that the case prosecutor, Bern Faraday, gave the order. Ha! Faraday's such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Bern Faraday? He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court? That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday as will not be forgiven. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor Bern Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Karma. Today's trial. So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well, then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about. Understood. So, a murder was committed on the September the 8th in front of the Codopian embassy. The victim, Mr. Deadman, was a staff member of the embassy. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackrell, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu has successfully infiltrated the Codopian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill Deadman. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight, so if he is found guilty. So we have a picture, Yatagarasu haunts embassy, the noble Yatagarasu vigilante of the business world reappears, and we see a picture of the calling card. The white one with the corners of black talon, the 3-pointed circle with the wings, black on the white font. There is truly no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murders. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rel as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitors' gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to, by the real Yatagarasu, Bern Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Codopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. The second KG-8 incident, sir? I'm very sorry, sir. I feel I failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? The second KG-8 incident. Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. KG-8 Incident Overview data journal down my organizer. KG-8 Incident Overview. Reference material regarding KG-8 incident. I received them from my mentor. You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't the Codobia Embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Codobia and Embassy staff member Manny Cochin found not guilty. The victim, CCU. A shadow over the Amano Group was his reaction to the smuggling ring. We have a picture of the victim and a picture of the embassy staff member. Yeah, Codopian by the name of Manny Cochin was the suspect. However, due to lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? Ha! If only I was in charge of the case. I could have forged something to make him the accusation stick. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. Even to make sure that all criminals are found guilty. My mentor really is dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well? That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. Okay, so the last line was supposed to be said by Edgeworth. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right as before he was to testify. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident? Yes. Yet, there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu? But if I find out more. More about Yatagarasu? If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Konopian embassy, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicions accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely to steal secrets from the Kodopian embassy itself, since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu have left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mrs. Faraday? He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG-8 incident and the Yatagarasu case? Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. A little girl with a balloon. What is it, little girl? Question mark. This must be a young K. Yeah, a high school uniform, a pink sailor shirt with a strap pink backpack and belly shirt, short pants. You're scary, mister! Exclamation mark. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you've exactly $1. Is this what you want? $1 bill? Yay, thanks, that's exactly what I needed. Could that child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? The paperwork for the prosecution substitution is complete. Why, do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. I can have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. Oh, no. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. September 10, 4 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3. Oh, Manfred is next to me. The bailiff is here at the stand. Manfred ... Yeah, there's no district attorney. There's no defense attorney on the other side. Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How was it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff? Where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Here comes the judge. He climbs the stairs onto his chair. Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. Sir, it looks like the trial's about to resume, however... Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs! Gumshoe comes in. He pushed the bailiff down. Silence! There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once. Please! Wait, you have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday and the defendant. They're dead. The 2 of them. They're both dead, Your Honor. What? What? Bam 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 bam. Young judges for justice. Wow. Defendant lobby on number 1. So here we have the other defense attorney who's next to the trash can. There's 2 vending machines. One for fast food and milk, and the other is for drinks. Credit card accepted, cash only. Okay. So yeah, one accepts cents, coins, but the other only accepts bills and credit cards. I see. Hot dog $7, beef jerky $9, ham sandwich $8, orange juice $9, milk $7, Swiss roll $6, limited time specials. And every other drink is $5. It's quite steep, but I've seen at the supermarket $8 ham sandwich, and the orange juice. Like, this is a small glass, but the big jug is almost at $9 here, yeah. We're close. Like, they make the price obscenely high, but I have a feeling that with the inflation is going to catch up. It's like, oh no, it's fair. Like, even the drinks, like, those are cans. They should be worth $2. They're $5. So we're on the district court hallway. We're running. So there's a detective with bullet holes on his trench coat. Stay back. I see some ants on the open window. No one's allowed on the crime scene. Period. You know what? This is time for me to get something that looks like a cigarette, but I don't have any cigarette, but I have something close to it. I'll be right back. Okay, I got my lollipop, and I just have to open it. Just who does this oddball think he is? Oh, so this is the lawyer. She has scale earrings on both sides of her hair. She has not a trench coat, but a business suit. Turquoise business suit with a purple stripe. We see her defense attorney badge. She has a burgundy shirt on a white tie. She has a little bit of a pink lipstick. No makeup to reveal her freckles all over the bridge of her nose, all the way to the bottom on the cheek, just below the eyes. It's quite cute. This is becoming quite the hot spot. Isn't she Miss Rell's defense attorney? Gumshoe comes in. Hey, you! Hello, Zebo! How you doing? Just in time. Happy Tuesday to you, too. Hey, you! No running in the hallway, pal! I'm doing great, doing great. So glad you're here. So glad you could make it. This is the beginning of chapter 4. This is a flashback of 7 years ago. This is Miles Edgeworth for his very first case. He had to be replaced because the previous defense attorney has been accused, been involved in the case, so they took a 1 hour recess to manage a substitute, and we were it. And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. Okay, now I can move around. As you can see, Chapter 4. Sorry I'm a little late. Yeah, it's Chapter 4. It's fine. It's okay. Like, I played this game before, so the first chapter went very fast. When I started Chapter 3, I was at the end of it. So I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna sail through Chapter 4 completely today, and tomorrow I'm gonna start a new chapter. So yeah, as you can see, this is the ported version of a video game that was released on the DS. The first game was both released in Japan and North America, but the second one was not available in the US. So when they made the HD remake, they ported on the PS5 both games at the same time. So for some people, it's the first time they play the game. It's the first time it's been translated into English. There was a fan translation, of course, but it was like some sort of mod patch that we have to make the game through the emulator and stuff like that. It was kind of hassle since I had never done it before. I managed to stream it a long time ago. But yeah, this game, I played this game as my very first game 5 years ago, and now 5 years later, I'm coming back to it. So this is why it's an appropriate game to celebrate on my 5th anniversary, since the game was actually released the day before my birthday in September. So as you can see, the image is no longer pixelated. The sound is also higher quality, and there's also in the gallery a soundtrack of musical orchestra, because there's been a music orchestra for this soundtrack as for the other Phoenix Wright game. This sofa looks like it's been since fair share of use. Looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window. Ah! My eyes have locked with my reflection's eyes in the barred window. As a student of Von Karma, I refuse to back down. Staring contest. Heh, I won. So these are the two new guys. So this is Gumshoe. Are you familiar with the Phoenix Wright games? And you are...
Oh, me? Hey, pal! It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs.
Oh, we got a new sub from Zima! Season change, time passes by, and the weeks become the months, becomes the year. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. No, not the gifted sub. For the sub. And yeah, now you can access to the emotes that you yourself designed. So yeah, there were some you could already could. But yeah, the party emote is accessible, and the rain emote, the animated ones. Woo! Alright, enjoy them. Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a district prosecutor.
A prosecutor? I ain't never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal.
I told you my name. Now, would you mind telling me yours?
Detective Dick Gumshoe. And just recently, I've achieved my dream of becoming a detective.
Oh, so that's the first time for him as well. So he just been promoted to detective.
More than a dream. It was what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not...
Oh, Blue Boy 95, a gifted sub to Blue Boy 95. Alright, season change, time passes by, and the week becomes 2 months? Or is it, you gifted 2 sub so far? I'm not sure, I've lost count, but thank you so much to give Blue Boy 95 a gifted sub.
Woo! I should check and maybe sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first.
This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident?
You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right?
I know that, but it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know.
Wow, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay?
So that must be his mentor.
As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2.
So you want guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on the duty?
Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and then I kind of froze.
Oh yeah, he's afraid of blood. Can you believe it? That guy is afraid of blood. You're a detective and a measly gunshot scare you that much?
Let's go!
Yeah! Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range.
Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went into lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there dead.
Is that everything?
Huh? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
Interesting. Other than the gunshot, you didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Detective Gumshoe's testimony wasn't hauled on guard duty. Other than gunshot, didn't hear a sign of struggle. Okay. So this must be Detective Bad then. Excuse me, but who are you? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me?
I'm having a real lollipop, that's why. Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial, plain and simple.
Mr. Faraday requested that you be here?
I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid.
Kid? I'm 17, you know. No, he's actually 21. I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Wait, how old is he? Oh, there's nothing about him. Von Karma is 60. Faraday's 40. Deadman is 53. Raul is 32. Yetagarasu, nobody knows. Question mark, girl with the balloon, nobody knows. The judge, nobody knows his age. Gumshoe, 26. And Tyrell Bad is 53. So yeah, he must be 21. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know.
Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid?
Is he threatening me? Oh, he's about to reach for a gun. Is he going for his gun? Mirror. It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Yes, it's always gonna be like that. Like, he's gonna reach for a gun, but it's a mirror, and we think it's a cigarette, but it's actually a lollipop.
Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, Mr. Mackerel, was shot and killed. Mirror back. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand.
Was there anyone else who went into defendant lobby number 2?
Yeah. That big log over there, his name is Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room.
If that's the case then, they must have killed each other, correct?
Maybe.
Such impudence! This guy is really testing my patience.
Trial witness.
Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court?
Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments.
So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics? In order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not?
Well. Looks like you might just have a brain after all in that head of yours, son.
Son? I'm not your son, Pops.
I'm not your popsicle.
I'm not your pop, Lolly.
Okay, so who's he? Who's she?
Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court.
Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you.
Not even from my father.
So, Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh?
I'll have you know, madam, that I study under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice. ... Huh?
Do not take me for some naive novice.
Oh, so you're a student of Von Karma. Oh, I should have... Those clothes are a dead giveaway too! Stop right there! These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts! Presents the facts! Oh, thanks for the great laugh. But try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort! Just kidding. I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu.
Oh, you're gonna lurk. Oh, thank you so much, Zima, for the lurk. I appreciate that you came in. Thank you again for the sub and the gifted sub.
If that was a little surprise you had in store for me, I'm so glad for it. That makes me very happy. And yeah, stick around and feel free to come back whenever to talk to me whenever you have time. But yeah, and if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head to head in court. Ah, but of course, I have heard much of you, Miss Yu. You, Miss Yu. But of course, I have heard much of you. Oh, you're a regular Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? No, you said something very English. I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? Why am I here? What's so funny? It's just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine, don't worry about it.
Bailiff? Monsieur! There is someone here who wishes to see you.
Huh. Who is it?
A Kodopian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Cochin.
Bad, reaching for his mirror.
Huh?
What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just change all of a sudden. Wait a second. Wasn't Manny coaching? I'll be right there.
It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu.
Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again.
No, actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat?
Fine, let's go.
Von Karma comes. Bad. Von Karma, it's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case is no exception.
Do you know Detective Bad, sir?
Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on. It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad. The man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG8 incident?
So I was right.
Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile! I would have proven his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma, I think you said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic. I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection!
Father! A little baby Von Karma. Papa! How can you place him in charge? Francisca, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation, what else? She has a crop. Francisca Von Karma. So she is here on vacation from Germany. She's the daughter of Manfred Von Karma and a student of his who's also junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it! You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? Ha! If you were able to pass, then I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to use to you. Never! Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask?
Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I am 100% confident that I can do a better job than him. That's just like Francisca. She has no problem by mounting someone right in front of them.
Bad. Yeah. These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both these kids loose on the crime scene? Ha! This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. A crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad. And I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Francisca, I'll leave this place to the two of you.
Bows. Understood, sir. Curtsy. Yes, Papa.
I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. Hold up, Von Karma. I still haven't agreed to this.
Miles Edgeworth! It's been quite some time, Francisca. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Long time no see. There. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth! As I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name.
For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter.
It looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him, he never fails. Now, I would appreciate if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad.
You're better off checking things out on your own.
Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad would be a most arduous task. September 10th, 4:15 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. So we see the dead bodies, one on top of each other. There's the windows are barred, but open. One of the curtains is half open and the wind blows through it. There's a 30-inch old flat screen TV on the corner with the VCR and some other device on it. And then there's a table with 2 chairs where there's some sort of hand purse or a handbag with next some papers, and then we have a platter with a teacup and 2 saucers and 2 teacups. And there's a teapot and 2 teacups. And there's a lot of evidence bag scattered on the floor. One of them is bloodied. So we have Mackerel, who's standing on his belly with a knife in his right hand. The blade is stained with blood. And then we have Faraday, who's on top of him with the gun in his right hand. There's not much blood besides that. Feels like they've been dropped there. Is this the only explanation that they kill each other simultaneously? Miles Edgeworth! You should listen to someone until they are finished talking! What are you talking about? I'll only see it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. A competition? The person that figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name? Exactly! I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine, whatever makes you happy. So, is Von Karma part of the profile now? Yeah, she's 13. So she only passed the bar at age 17. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Ha! Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. Competing to discover the truth behind a crime? How delightfully childish. Oh, here's Bad.
The kids over there.
Hold it. Kid? Ah! Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid.
I said kids, kid.
How dare you call me a kid as well?
You're fucking 13. I'll do what I'll please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're going to watch over these two, right?
Yes, sir! Detective Matt, sir! Now, Do what I say from now on, kids, okay?
Fat chance. You better not get in our way, Scruffy! You'll feel the bite of my crop if you do!
That you, prosecutor boy! Let's get your investigation started already, alright?
Great, now even that detective is treating me like a child.
Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy!
My name is Miles Edgeworth. And if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary.
What? And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was?
That's up to you to know. That's up to you now, isn't it?
Really? Sounds good, pal.
He's so naive.
Begin investigation. Defendant lobby number 2.
Yeah, Bad is taking notes and not sharing. There's a forensic guy taking picture. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you?
What is it?
It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons.
Yeah, it does.
That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons?
The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Colombian embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rao was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well.
Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? But then, why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if? It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rao with it.
Huh. Maybe you got a brain in there after all, kid.
Is he going to treat me like a child forever?
It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rao first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this.
Not yet. I feel like that it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence so as to protect the honor of the Von Karma name.
Okay.
This decorative plant's foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Looks like this sofa is ready to be disposed of.
It's so soft, I could sleep for all of 25 hours of the day on this thing.
If only I could dispose of him. Why are these plastic bags scattered all around?
Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal.
I know that much, detective.
Sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal?
Normally I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence for a fight between the two men?
Plastic bags used to store evidence are strewn all over the floor. Logic box.
Looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rao. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other, however.
Using logic, the only conclusion is, aha!
What was that outburst for?
My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see?
You don't need a instinct for that. It's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after we examine the bodies. Okay, I won't rest until suspicious looking cranny. So let's start with the gun. Looks like Mr.
Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand.
So he shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still grappling onto the gun?
I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun?
It's not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one.
I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands.
It appears that the police screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Faraday's evidence from the embassy staff killing case found in his hand. So, handgun in Faraday hand. Mr. Faraday, how ironic it is for him to lose his life in the courthouse.
Yeah, why did it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. I can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal.
Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Did you become a detective in order to solve crimes?
Yeah!
Then get back to work, find out the cause of his murder.
Right, I'm on it, pal.
First he killed a Cordobian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself.
This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know.
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, he's been hauled in up to the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two.
Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Dademan.
Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something.
Detective's intuition?
Yup, you know about it? It's a special feeling that all detectives...
We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation.
Looks like Mr. Rell died with a knife in his hand. There's some blood stuck on it. He must have used it as a weapon. Yup, no doubt about it.
Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for a trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention? Mine. She jot a note down about it. I believe Faraday brought this as evidence. It was found in Rail's hand.
His hand is all blacked down here, see? I wonder what it could be.
Oh yeah. The bottom of Faraday's left hand is black. If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. Mr. Faraday has ink on his left hand. Why is there ink in such a place anyway?
An ink stain?
I usually get ink in my own hand when I use my feather pen.
A feather pen? I've never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal?
Mr. Rell's cause of death was from being shot, correct?
Well, that's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down.
That is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth.
Are you sure they were trying to hide something?
Can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body positioned like that. Detective Bad, I would like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are? I believe an examination of the body is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it!
Labby,
Yes, sir. We've taken enough photo of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Da 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 da. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, don't avert the bodies for me, will ya? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir! Understood, sir! Okay. So he's got Sorrel has been shot in the right pectoral muscle, and Faraday has been stabbed on the right as well. It looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rell is holding. Youch! What's wrong, detective? My stomach's starting to hurt from just thinking about being stabbed. Just keep your mind on the case, alright? Shot in the chest. Takes some guts to fire a gun in the courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait! Burn marks? I know that. A round grows very hot as it is discharged from a firearm. Oh. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when as the shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. Found in Faraday's hand, bullet that killed Rell was fired from a few yards. You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal. Apparently, this detective has much more common sense, as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Okay, so I'm now on Faraday's body. There's something in his breast pocket. Looks like a pen. It's a fountain pen. Fountain pen in Mr. Faraday's pocket has a especially nice nib. Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. Because Detective Bad is always telling me, you should always write your name on everything you own. Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. There's a knife wound on his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rell is holding. Labby! Yes, sir! Verifying now, sir! Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rell is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Let's now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out of today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together when they stood. That is my theory in any case. What a crazy way to go. Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. Note pertaining to Burn, Faraday, and Mackerel. Crime scene note jotted down in my organizer. I believe I now have a firmer grasp of what happened here. Okay. So there's no check marks here yet. Oh, maybe because I have to... Fountain pen in the pocket.
ink stain. Let's see if they match. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand, I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen.
Oh, let's ask the lab guy. Detective Gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. I see, good work. You know, I always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life. ...
If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. And he wouldn't be shooting from the right hand with the gun. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well.
Okay, if you say so, pal.
Mr. Faraday's fountain pen used by the left-handed Faraday. Melody Bear, thank you for the follow, excellent! A little question I asked to all my new followers, what is your favorite geek fandom? It could be anything, it could be from favorite video game or genre video game, favorite movie, favorite music, kind of music, favorite band, or comic books. Here, we appreciate everything that comes to geek culture. We love to talk about everything. You love something you're passionate about, we love it too. And this is a spot you can share stuff. Alright. It's a Faraday jot down in my organizer. So, there are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance.
Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy.
Tea set and plastic bags on top of the table, completely undisturbed. Okay.
Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle? After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know?
Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off. Let's see. Neat and tidy table, plastic bags thrown about. There is a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table. And yet, a portion of them wound out scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle. In which case, might there not be another explanation as how they got there?
Another reason?
I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow.
Hey, get that blood away from me, pal!
Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag?
Hold on. Let me ask the lab guy.
Alright, please hurry.
The blood is on the outside of the bag, not the inside. Like I thought, the knife was a piece of evidence that was found inside the bloody bag. Like the blood would be on the inside if the knife was bloody. But it feels like... Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's! Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either.
It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence.
Okay, if you say so, I'll leave it in your hands, pal.
Plastic bag. One of the bags thrown on the floor of lobby number 2 has Faraday's blood on it. Okay. We're check this area. I'm supposed to deduce something here because it's still the window is open and there's a fresh flowery scent in the air.
The flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly.
Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change?
Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor.
Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows? Lobby number 2 window. No human can climb through those smaller windows. The scent of flowers in the air. Logic box.
Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right?
They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. I check that. What's on this bag? There's some stuff in the
bag, pal!
I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence was supposed to collect from him.
This is the evidence? I better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it.
Do you just not pay attention to anything you do? Detective Bad? Do you have any thoughts on the case?
Faraday and Rowell. Looks like they killed each other to me.
Alright. Time to bring a lollipop. I've already finished the first one. Yeah, I got some quirks like that. When the character has something in my mouth, when I voice them, I have to put something in my mouth. I don't have a cigarette on me, so I'm gonna make do with a lollipop. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right. And what would they be? Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy? Now I've been downgraded to just boy? Okay. Not very helpful, but it's to be expected.
Whoa! That's a big ass old screen here.
What is it, Detective Gumshoe?
My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal.
Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one.
Oh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge. Whoa, touch the screen and all static here. What the fudge? Way too noisy.
You're the noisy one, Scruffy. Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it.
Oh, but I didn't touch it. It opened on its own. I just touched the screen. It's not a touchscreen TV. Look at the size.
Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. Foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore upon.
I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other.
No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I found very peculiar here. Oh, I think Raul is grabbing something in his left hand. The theory that they simply kill one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there's actually a contradiction that shows there is another possibility.
No way, pal, really?
I suppose we just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. Okay, so what's the contradiction? Nope. Nothing on his left hand. So where's the contradiction? Like Ralph fell first, but for some reason the blood bag, one of the blood bag fell on Faraday's blood as if he was already dead. Let me check my evidence. What's this? Each prosecutor's badge is engraved with the number of his owner on the back. Numbers. As if we're not human on the inside like everyone else. All on guard duty, didn't hear a single sign of a struggle. Faraday's hand, will kill Ray, fired from a few yards. Faraday brought this, but it was found in Ray's hand. Discovered after a gunshot was heard. Fire the dynamite to the chest. That rubber one to the chest. No gunpowder burn. A few yards away. Okay. Seems like Mr. Faraday was in a bit of using a very nice fountain pens.
That's the total opposite of me. I don't get these things at all.
Well, I think the pencil behind your ear suits you just fine.
Really? You think so, pal? Man, I knew it was worth something.
That wasn't exactly a compliment, Detective. Okay. This looks like a quality nib.
Hey, let me test it out, pal. Ooh, that is really... I got ink all over my hand.
Detective Gumshoe, don't ever play with the evidence like that again. Zoom out. This blood here is from Mr. Faraday, but there are no other clues to be found. Which begs the question, do I need to put this bag inside another bag in order to preserve it as evidence? It's not a dumb question, but asking the question itself is funny. Okay, so... is there anything else? Yeah, lobby number 2 window. So I'm done here. So... should I present the wound with the blood bag? Oh wait, I need to save first. Because I'm really not sure. No. There's a clear contradiction with the evidence here in this spot.
Really, pal? Because I don't see anything wrong there.
Huh. I was merely testing you.
Hey, pal, don't make me arrest you for lying.
I guess I was mistaken. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, I get it. It's the gun mark. Cause they fell on top of one another like they were close. But the lack of gunpowder residue over and lack of burn mark on the gunshot wounds suggests like they were at least a yard away. Okay, so where is it? Crime scene notes, eh?
Eureka!
Ah, come on, that was good! Or was there something better? If the fountain pen... Oh! Wait. Okay, maybe I presented the wrong evidence. Yeah, I presented the wrong evidence. I needed the gun.
Eureka!
No? Okay. Ah, okay, I got it. The gun is on the right hand. Oh no, you know what? Wait, stop. I'm gonna just go reload. My boss wants a perfect case. So, the gun is on the right hand, but the guy's left-handed. For some reason, that's a contradiction. Because as a left-handed, I can do things with my right hand only. But apparently when your man is dominant, like, can do everything on, you know.
Eureka!
There you go. Now we come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Mr. Faraday uses left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet, the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold a gun in his right hand? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene.
Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen?
The facts adds up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died.
Someone else?
Plastic bags scattered on the floor and the gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person with a vile intent who is seriously about keeping the truth from us. Investigation complete. And if I had lost life, I would have gained it there. Alright, so there was no worry for me. I mean, September 10th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Bad. Here's your autopsy report. It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. Okay, so the crime scene note has been updated in the organizer, but they're contradicting himself because Rell fell first, but apparently he didn't die instantly. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Are you sure we know everything? Of course! The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. Ta-da! It's all very clear and simple. There is absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Ha! Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? Grr. It's alright. If you disagree with my argument, let's prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. Alright, argument. What happened? Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it's obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. And Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. She really can't see it, huh? Mr. Faraday's health was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to prove her. The fastest way to prove her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Rell was survived for a short while.
Hold it!
Okay. Do you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see? It's been documented, clear as day. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell before he died? Do you have any basis for that statement? Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself, however. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Alright, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Rell before being stabbed.
You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. Mr. Rel, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him.
Hold
it! So you believe that the dying Mr. Rel stole the knife from Mr. Faraday? Mr. Rel became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So, the two men struggled, and in the end, Mr. Rel was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you rally that? Can you really say that it's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I cannot let what you said slide without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise. So if you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine! They struggled and Mr. Rel used the last of his strength to counteract Mr. Faraday.
Hold it!
About this statement. Mr. Rel used all of his remaining strength to take the knife and defend himself. One can easily see that they had a violent struggle. Of course, it's nothing compared to what my riding crop can do. How does one compare the damage a crop can do with the state of this room? Furthermore, all the plastic bags on the floor in this room were scattered there due to the fight. Is there anything else I can explain to you? No, that will be fine. Those are the facts of this case. Okay. Just the order of where the bodies fell.
Objection!
Oh, wrong statement? Advise you can look at this piece of evidence. What are you trying to say with this? Saying that this piece of evidence doesn't contradict my testimony. Miles Edgeworth, just face it, I'm going to win our little competition. You have to calm down and do a better job of finding a flaw in our logic. Maybe here.
Objection!
No.
Hold it!
Claiming speculation as fact already? Don't you feel that the evidence is a bit lacking? You'll find all the evidence you need just by looking around this room. Mr. Faraday collapsed on top of Mr. Rel. In addition, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, making a counterattack impossible. Furthermore, the room is a total mess from their fight. I dare say that there are more evidence here that you could whip at. It looks like she's becoming more and more confident. And, looking at this place, she might have a right to be. After all, everything here seems to support her theory. It looks like you're starting to see my point. I've as good as won our little competition. There's something strange about Francisca's theory. I should compare her claim with the data I've gathered thus far. Just know there's a contradiction somewhere. Here, there's nothing to contradict. This is true. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rel. Maybe I want to present this bag of blood, I'm not sure.
Objection!
No. There's a clear contradiction lying in the logic. Print out what that contradiction be. Maybe nowhere. Exactly! Could I have all wrong? At this rate, I'll lose the truth for all eternity. I need to pay more attention to her testimony.
Objection!
No. Oh. They said that they struggled. But Gumshoe didn't hear anything.
Objection!
Yeah. I was missing the point. If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of a noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. Ha! You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rowell get his hand on a knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rowell saw a chance and took it out at some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rowell took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rowell after being stabbed. Isn't there something strange in Francesca's statement just now? Yes, something is off. Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Faraday to have shot Mr. Rowell after being stabbed. Yeah, because they say that he died instantly.
Take that!
According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there's only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rowell attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantly, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rowell. Therefore, Mr. Rowell must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot, then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francesca. I just wanted to explain to you as simply as possible. Before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid. And I still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Francesca, you still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly. And the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here in the scene is the order of events, the order as the bodies fell, the evidence bag location. The order as the bodies fell. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rowell. Then, the wounded Mr. Rowell found an opportunity to take the knife and struck back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot, and Mr. Rowell died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled. No! Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rowell's. Therefore, Mr. Rowell must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree that it seems strange, no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene
Objection!
that must solve is... No, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth! What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. She sure bounced back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. What happened, part 2? It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rouse. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter if the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. I just know that Francisca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. Wait, this one I found better. But I'm still gonna press. It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rouse.
Hold it!
Objection!
About that. Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think? You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools. That wasn't my intent. Simply wish for more details to know as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Rel. Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So do you think you could hold on for a minute? Francisca, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours. Oh, I'll hold on to it all right as I whip you. Take that! Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I would like to continue if you don't mind. The two bodies fell into a pile. The two fell on top of each other. Don't you find that to be just a bit strange? Not at all. Can see in her eyes. She's dead set against me from the bottom of her heart. Miles Edgeworth, once I'm done here, you'll see that there's nothing strange at all. Now then, the two men fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. And this is where it doesn't work, because the gun has been shot from a few yards away, outside the reach of the knife.
Objection!
No? Oh, I should have pressed, okay.
Hold it!
What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Rel while holding both the knife and the revolver, and then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rel grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rel wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, this is more than possible. Yes, it's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got! Oh, I will. And to that extent, I would like you to append that which you just said to your testimony. Oh, okay. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. That fact indicates that they attacked each other at the same time from close range. Oh, I needed that fucking detail? Are you for real? Alright.
Objection!
Thanks, but no thanks. So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as is it written in the crime scene notes. The firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by the distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Ah! Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies are piled on with each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rel moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation.
What a completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool! If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move we didn't think to kill, huh? Who?
The person that attacked first with murderous intent, that would be... Neither man. No, wait. If it was phrased the way as would be some other guy. Here in this room, contradiction appears no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel, and set their body up so to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Francis got da. Mouse Edgeworth! There's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct?
Exactly! Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime?
Of course. If a third person was truly there, the fact would resolve the Glenn contradiction. The proof that this has been a setup made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence that proves that there's a third person involved? The plastic bag? Because the lack of blood in the room is clear show that this isn't the scene of the crime. I want to say this.
Take that!
The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it. Oh yeah, the gun would have been a good guess as well, because the gun was put in his right hand since he was left-handed. These two items point to the presence of a third person.
How so?
Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony.
I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground. Meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun from the moment, there's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence.
Ah!
Looks like we still got a long way to go in this investigation.
Yes.
Objection!
This must be Callisto.
And the judge. What the heck's up with you, pal?
Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest.
What?
What's the meaning of this?
Ha! Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates.
Don't you dare!
That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Exclamation mark. There was a moment where... Are they saying that there was a moment where the Gumshoe left his post so he didn't see anything? Monsieur, I ask that you please explain that last statement.
I'll let His Honor explain it himself.
I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. Hey, I'm a witness in this case. Yay! During the recess, there was a period of time where there was no one in the hallway.
What?
See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would the detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie?
Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir!
It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles.
I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
Was that statement really a lie?
Detective Gumshoe, you're not a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth or so help me!
I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I really was there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Detective Bad, ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not?
Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy.
All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I would like to set the record straight on something.
And what is that?
What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Motive for the murders, why he was in the hallway, the state of the hallway. Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time?
Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay?
But there is testimony against you that... Miles Edgeworth! Why are you wasting our time with a completely useless question? The only logical reason as to why he was absent is that he was busy committing the crime! Exclamation mark. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool! Maybe I should ask about something else. What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Okay, the state of the hallway. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in the hallway at any time, correct?
Huh? Oh, of course not, pal.
You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me?
What's your mouth, pal? You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence.
I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. Miles Edgeworth, how can you be losing a battle of wits with this detective? You're a disgrace! Maybe I should ask about something else. What should I ask Detective Gumshoe? Okay, the motive. I suppose the one thing I would like to clarify is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime.
Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything?
No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir.
Is that a fact?
Objection!
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe?
I'm telling you, I am not lying.
The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy. Because all I'm interested in this is the perfect All I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. Gumshoe's motive. Now she's adjusting her makeup. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting a salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation?
You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge.
Quiet. We can't trust anything you say.
Sir?
There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se. But there are some gaps in her logic that needs to be filled in. Misuse perfect explanation. May not be so perfect at all. Gumshoe's motive. It was about a week ago.
Hold it!
Sorry. A week ago? Then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances? No way. I only met him in person today. Then how did you know about Detective Gumshoe? Oh, I've seen him around here before. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday was upset? Yeah. You know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But there he was, totally being red in the face! Sorry. And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face is making now, right?
I'm completely innocent, I tell you.
The poor man. Sorry. It was quite the scene with the detective. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit."
Hold it!
You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you? Well, yeah, I have to say it was a really enjoyable too. But that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him.
No way! I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face.
But you do!
Huh? What have I got stuck on my face? There's a bandage, but that's always been there since forever.
Let's start with your eyes, your nose, your mouth, and those ridiculous eyebrows!
What's wrong with my eyebrows? Not even a unibrow.
Oh man, messing with your head is so much fun, too much fun. Miss Yu, if you don't mind, I would like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not? A brand new detective suddenly getting salary cut. That's a reason enough for a grudge.
Hold it!
To cut a new detective's salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice?
Well, it's a common threat. For practice, I don't know. Well, speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too?
I suppose I did. It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can't even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers.
Do you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people? I don't know. Well, I guess you really shouldn't cut people's pay.
Detective Bad. Don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation?
Hold it!
You call your explanation perfect? Well, isn't that to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection?
Yeah, but I don't know what to object on.
Alright, if you could clear this one thing up for me.
The Faraday and Gumshoe relationship.
Actually, allow me to ask the detective directly. What was your relation to Mr. Faraday?
Mr. Faraday was in charge of training rookie detective to testify in trials. I met him on the very first day I entered the criminal affairs department, pal.
Oh, I had no idea Mr. Faraday was so involved.
Faraday. You may look like an easygoing guy, but he's actually a bit of a nut for strict discipline and manners. Guys like Gumshoe tended to rub him the wrong way.
There, now you know how the detective and Mr. Faraday were related. Happy now?
No, wait!
You said you only had one thing to ask, right? Oh, please allow me to ask about one more thing.
Oh, you're such a riot, Edgeworth.
Poor baby. Tell you what, I'll let you have another go. How's that?
How Faraday was killed? Oh, the motive for Rel.
I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rel? His motive for killing Rel? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both the murders, then I doubt this incident would occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have a grudge against either of the two of them? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible. She must know something.
Wait!
Can you please not glare at me like that? It's distracting. It makes me laugh! I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation.
Perfect this, perfect that. You're hilarious. Stop being so uptight, or isn't that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma?
Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up. I wish you would both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh, well, I guess I just have to explain it to you kids. Motive to kill the men? There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All you really have to establish that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness for Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other. Yeah, I guess I could see it. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? Oh, I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The Yatakarasu! The second KG-8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the two men who both wound up as suspect in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking with someone related to them? Rebuttal. Motive to kill the man? There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Faraday and Mr. Rell. Okay, the KG-8 incident.
Objection!
Yeah. Monsieur, I believe there's someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, it is because you'd rather not bring this person up. What do you mean? We're looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was a suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Kodopian Embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin! Exclamation mark. That's right, the very man who came to visit you early on in the hallway. Oh, The man who killed a member of the Kodopian Embassy staff, Mr. Rell, and the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. You covered for me, pal! Oh. Scratch his head. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony, these are the only thing I wish to hold. But I didn't do it! You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of these leak out. Hold it!
You want to investigate Cochin? You'll just be wasting your time.
And why is that?
Cochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial, or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived.
Then the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so.
No way! Come on, Detective Bad. You gotta believe me, sir. I really was in that hallway the whole time, sir. I never took a single step into this room, sir.
Okay. Then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway?
No. There was no one else, sir.
Then why should I believe you can do it?
That is one incredibly foolish detective. Standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's all as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if the detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you would think he would at the very least offer up, "I spaced out while I was on duty," or the like. He's trying to prevent something.
Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation.
Detective Bad.
Miles Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa.
And that, as this is that, right everyone?
Will the judge live with Francesca? Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, monsieur, there is something I would like to speak with you about. What is it? Oh. I'm getting closer to the girl, but it says to have set these two men up and make it look like they killed each other. If there's one thing I cannot forgive, it's the desecration of the dead. So, what did you want to ask me about? The KG8 incident. The current case of the murdered Codopian Embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG8 incident. I would appreciate it if you would stop with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stay on here. You think you can stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me? If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG8 incident she is. Oh. Yeah, the sister is on the... Monsieur? I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG8 incident. That file is your proof? Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG8 incident? Through the suspect, through the victim, through the lead prosecutor. Through the victim. Your connection to the KG8 incident is through the victim, CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Just because we share a last name? Sorry, but we're not related. Just kidding. Oh, you asked that question with such a serious look on your face. I couldn't help but... Monsieur, I ask that you please tell me the truth. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities in the Amano group was my sister, CCU. As I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Cochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cochin's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. Then, the evidence have been tampered with? Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out they were in league with each other all along. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KG8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Manny Cochin. Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he arrived. He figured he should say hi and one other thing. Looks like you can resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already. You're killing me. I'm fine, really. I give him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Sorry. But it's just as Mr. Bat said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around. People in the gallery claimed that he was in the seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth! You really are too serious for your own good. Come on. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Your hair's already gray as it is, and you're like, what, 21? My hair has nothing to do with this. Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and will catch the criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face on, ready to go. What the hell? I'm making no such face. Did you know? Laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth. Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well, I've got to get going. Still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. And then she leaves. The KG8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that Detective Gumshoe, it's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly this case is far from over. But whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. To be continued. That was a long chapter. Save your progress? Yes, please. I will also make myself a sandwich. It's already been made up. I just need to heat it a little bit. So, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Onward towards the troop. September 10th, 4:45 p.m. Stricter Court, third room forum lobby. There's Callisto U. And the left, in front of the defense lobby. Then we have one of those bailiffs who tried to control the stream of the water, and for somehow it's like it's pouring out like a geyser, like some pipe has been broken. One guy is looking at the model in the middle of the room. Aside from the bailiff who's still guarding the door to the courtroom, there's a guy who's sitting, leaning on the sofa. He has arched legs, but he's sleeping with his salute position. And you have Gumshoe on the right, seems to be angry at the other bailiff for some reason. Sir, what is to become of the trial into the Codopian embassy staff member's murder? Indeed. Since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely. So that means his debut is going to be postponed. They're never going to get the debut. Since we know that the debut with Edgeworth would be for another case. Ha! Looks like you'll have to wait just a little bit longer for your big debut. I suppose it can be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. Sir? What do you think about the murder of the Codopian embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell? What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete. An outrageous circus. Right, sir. I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case. That? Papa! You'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it. Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever for? I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Edgeworth, Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real life experience, wouldn't you agree? If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then, you allowing us to continue? In court, the top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be a very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth! Francisca! See to it that I'm not disturbed, save for the result of your competition. Yes, sir. Of course, Papa. Francisca, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Yes, just as you wished. I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth. I don't have enough information yet. So my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case. It's an incredibly detailed model, isn't it? I heard that it costs as much to make that as it costs to build the courthouse itself. What was the point of making such an expensive model? I felt the exact same way upon hearing it. It's so hard to understand such foolishness! Agreed. Wow! This thing is so incredibly detailed. My inner modeling fanboy is impressed. I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models per se, but even I can sense the superb quality of this model. I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle. Oh, I see. You're a disciple of my father, so you would do well to guard yourself against an interest in such unproductive things. Yes. Perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over there. Monsieur? Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait. You were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Francisca Valkarma, and I'm about to become the successor of the family name. About to? I guess that means that for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. Whoop! Ow! Why are you whipping me? Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I cannot stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you. Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. To ask of you. What exactly is so funny? Sorry. I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere. Apparently, they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. I feel much better now. So, what is it you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in the defendant lobby number 1 the whole time up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad? Why? Well, we had a little something to discuss, that's all. So, I take it that you are acquaintances with Detective Bad? Yeah, he was a detective in charge of the KG8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident? While he's related to anything Yatagarasu. No? That's right, he was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth! I have no idea what you two are talking about. I have heard of the KG8 incident from my papa, but how does that case relate to you, monsieur? The victim of that case, CCU, was my little sister.
Oh! You're making that super serious face again.
I'm fine. Really.
Just make it a point to rub some salt in this wounded pride every time I see him.
The way she talks about doing that as she laughs is always kind of creepy. Oh. Speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday, I would say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scene. I see. Did he mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier? You did. He didn't mention that. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more details. Time of the murder. You claim that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad?
But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess?
We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. What did you talk with Detective Bad? What did you talk with Detective Bad about?
Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more.
Bloody hell. When she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murder occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. I see. Mackerel. You claim that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad.
But don't you lawyers usually
Wait. I thought I pressed the thing already. Oh. They brought their cursor back on top. I thought I was at the time of the murder. So here, Mackerel. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu. Is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KGA, I began to ask Mr. Rao all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out, Mr. Rao was not the Yatagarasu. He had just made that up. He made it up? Mr. Rao's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there is no footage of him sneaking into the Kodopian embassy itself.
Hold on for just 1 second. Then you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yatagarasu, and that he was just another cold-blooded killer, and you were ready to defend him?
Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals.
That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us von Karmas. I don't believe it. Oh, you're really serious? Wow!
Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier?
I have my own agenda.
I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KGA incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending an old killer. Don't put words into my mouth. I said no such thing. ...
The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry, forgive my rashness. Yatagarasu? Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me more about the Yatagarasu. Oh. The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? Yeah. The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? Grrr. Francisca, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully, or we may be sued by... Ow! Why me? There, I choose carefully, just like you wanted. Question mark? That just now was hilarious, little missy! Of course it was! Was it wrong? What's wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight?
And so in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say I've never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yatagarasu deal in information. Namely, in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person just sounds like just another criminal to me. I suppose you could just put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief.
Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. I suppose I got all I can out of Miss Yu. Should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Okay. The guy up. I can't stop the water, sir! It seems that the man who was there earlier broke it by drinking from it too much. Bunch of fools who pretend to not see the foolishly foolish accent of a foolish fool! Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand? As if I should have anything to do with this. Besides, that water-drinking fool's mouth is the thing that officers should be covering. Let's get that officer description of the water guzzler later. She seems to have quite the grudge. It sounds to me like she wanted a drink. It sounds to me like someone wanted a drink. What's the matter, officer? I've been standing here forever, sir. And I really need to go to the bathroom. Why don't you just make a quick trip? The nearest one isn't that far, is it? No, it's a short way down the hall beyond these doors, but I don't want to be blamed for anything that might happen while I'm gone. So I'm gonna hold it. Perhaps Detective Gumshoe can be a positive influence on the full force after all. I'm about to shit my pants. Sir, nothing to report, sir. There's no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job. So yeah, that's the guy who was protecting the door but was sleeping on the job. Somebody put him on the couch and he's still sleeping. Looks like we have no choice but to report this to Papa. Then this guard can have fun in a waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream. Actually, let's not. I kind of feel sorry for him now. Oh, I can move here. Court is now in session for the murder of... I always wanted to say that. This must be the judge's desk. You could tell by the gavel sitting on top. I had a dream once that I was being squashed from above by this gavel. I was playing Marvel vs. Capcom 3, I think.
You're such a weakling, Miles Edgeworth!
You have no idea how frightening it was.
It's the viewing gallery. This is where the riffraff sits when they come to wash. Right. This is where the riffraff sit when they come to watch and go rubble, 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 rubble.
It's situated at the same height as the judge's bench. I wonder if that's to represent the intense scrutiny of each and every case from all sides.
Miles Edgeworth, are you or are you not man enough to stand up to all those eyes?
What sort of... Of course I'm man enough.
What's that little bench here? Any day now, I'll be taking my rightful place behind this bench.
By that time, I shall already be standing here.
It'd be downright disgraceful if I beat you to it, wouldn't it?
If that were to happen, Francisca, I'll let my cravat. It's the defense attorney's bench. I'll probably be standing on this side of the courtroom if that incident hadn't happened.
What are you thinking about? Lately, the more wrinkly your face becomes, the less I'm able to read what you're thinking.
Well, I'll have you know I don't have a single wrinkle upon my youthful brow.
Behind each bench. For examining all three benches, the prosecutions, the defense, and the judges. Alright. Okay. Apparently that was a trophy. And there's the witness stand.
It's the witness stand.
I'll make sure that each and every person that ever stand here will be found guilty!
There are others beside the defendant that stand at this podium, you know.
I don't care! Just make sure you never end up standing at one of these!
Whoa.
Oh, you'll be sorry!
I'll keep that in mind. Detective Gumshoe.
Hey, it's you, pal! You're here! Ow! As am I! Oh, how could I forget?
I don't think you need to whip him to let him know that.
I didn't do it, pal! I swore on my honor as a detective, I really didn't!
Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you.
Have a heart, pal.
But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is.
That's right. Hey, pal. Go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will ya?
I would have done so, even had you not requested me. I would have done so, even had you not requested me to, detective.
Motive for murder.
So, you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? What exactly did you do to make him so angry?
I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, I reported in at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really, really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I will always wind up going to my old classroom.
How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere schoolchild.
During the recess,
You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so and from whom?
earlier at around 3:20, and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday.
And yet, something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
Ow! Your words sting worse than your whip, ma'am. Pal. Pal, ma'am.
So, it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Next step. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you would like to tell me?
Nope, not a thing, pal.
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you're carrying on your personage.
Ah! Wait! You can't do that! I did not consent to this!
There's nothing of any particular value here.
I've been sexually harassed by a 13-year-old girl. Nobody's gonna believe me. Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know.
And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket?
Ah! Hands off, pal!
Just show it to us already!
Ow!
A bonus? Annual bonus check within $5 total. Except there is no check inside.
You've had your look, now give it back, pal! This is my first bonus as a brand new detective! I just got it and I cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know? So that envelope is really special to me! Give it back!
You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later.
Oh, come on! How could you?
Annual bonus envelope. Detective Gumshoe annual bonus of $5. Literally had no money on him until he cashed this. I'm sorry, but I need to take him for questioning now. I think I asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I would like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe.
Understood, but please make it brief, sir.
I want to read it from the horse's mouth. You must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. Oh, this is a bookshelf. What's this? Judge's Trial Exchange Log? It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judges are laid out here on these pages.
There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated drivel.
Judging by the content, they are very enthusiastic about the courthouse daily menu. And it would appear that fried oysters are a favorite.
I have no such use for such foolishly foolish word coming from that foolishly foolish crowd.
Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this country's judiciary. Come on.
I don't want to talk to her.
Okay, so let's go over his testimony. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct?
No mistake about it, pal.
Then you're also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either? Is that also correct?
Yep, not even a single ant passed through that hall while I was on duty.
You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself.
Huh? Oh, but it's true! I didn't see anyone going through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the dude, guys. That's beyond what I can't even imagine.
So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why would he do so given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobby is in order. Oh, the girl is here. She's about to sneak on us. Ah, you! And she's kicking Edgeworth in the back of the leg. Oh! And then she leaves. And then she drops something. How could you have not noticed that coming? Yeah. Wasn't that the child I changed my money for earlier? Thanks! That's exactly what I needed. Kids these days can sometimes be so cruel. It looks like she dropped something. A Swiss roll, dropped by the mysterious young girl, says courthouse special on it. Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. I believe I've asked all that I need of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge. We have to confirm who's correct, the judge or that scruffy face, right? I suppose we should expect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next then. I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francisca? Yeah. September 10, District Court hallway. There's a forensics guy who seems to be scrubbing underneath the vending machine. We have Bad and the judge. Judge is so short. And look at him. He's only at nose height of Detective Bad. Alright, I need another lollipop. Good thing I finished my sandwich. Come on, open, damn you. Open. Ah, I turned on the wrong side. It's hard to tell which side they open. Eh. Come on. So, did you see anything else? Nope, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, Detective. Now, if you excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Yeah, the judge is slightly shorter than Edgeworth. Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right? Mouse, my name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. Curtsy. And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Francisca Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor of my genius father. Oh, I'm set to become the successor of my genius father any day now, Your Honor. I see, Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Von Karma, Miles Edgeworth, and Miss Jenna. I bit my tongue. Oh, you're right, Your Honor.
Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine.
Apparently, somebody doesn't feel like I'm worthy of a proper title. Very well then, I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony. Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. All right, after all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movement.
Begin investigation. Alright, so this guy is dusting for prints. Fire extinguisher.
There are no signs that this fire extinguisher was used in the crime.
If you can already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it?
Francesca, let's not try to rush absolute genius.
He's making a most ridiculous looking face.
That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose.
I suppose. But to a Von Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight.
Of course. At any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer?
No, just the fingerprints of those involved within the case, sir. I guess we know all of the players in this case then, huh?
It appeared that way, but I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. And I suspect that we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. Did you find something, officer?
I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little more.
Okay, he's not even searching, he's just trying to scoop the $5 bill.
Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue?
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person who can deem useful here. It doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. Perhaps you should check out somewhere else.
It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks at various other foods.
Vending machine that sells courthouse special goods. A few sweets items are for sale. Logic box. Just lovely. What will they think of next?
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerkies. One packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milks, 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these for $6. They're awfully overpriced.
The lineup is simply awful, period.
Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl drop is from this machine.
I was wondering about that myself. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. $7. It looks like this slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was... Prosecutor Winston Payne?
What a pathetic slogan! No presence at all! Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in the Von Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty dogs!
How is that related to the product?
Objection! Overruled!
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerkies. I see.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, would you agree that it's a very clever pun?
Do you really think they put that much effort into the product name?
Even a foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad, and now getting utterly famished.
If you wanted a pack of these, all you have to do is ask like a normal person. Credit card accepted. Ham sandwich, $8. Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you.
It sounds like it's directed at the ham of a judge.
Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day.
Orange juice. Orange, you're glad you're not in jail?
When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ.
Are they promoting violence? Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long.
Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean?
I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now.
No, I think it might mean that this was milk right here from the various defendants.
Mouse, Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious.
Of course not.
Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what?
Well, assume it means the end of the trial. Suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess?
You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh?
I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2 after all.
Huh! We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me.
If you want, you can pool our money and buy a pack together.
If I have to split it with you, I don't want it.
So now we have a view to... Is that the bat room? So this is not really a gated... Oh, wait. No. I can look outside, however I doubt the killer could have escaped through here.
Of course not! This is the 3rd floor after all.
It appears that bars were installed on this to prevent people from falling out.
Bars? What bars?
Can you not see them from your vantage point?
I'm too small! You called me shorty. I'll take offense to that. You're gonna get a whipping out of me. There!
What? Must remember not to bring up that taboo subject again.
Don't call me shorty!
Ah!
What's the matter?
I pricked myself on one of these cactus's needle. I didn't think the needle on this thing would be so sharp.
Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case.
Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related.
Potted cactus sitting on the hallway windowsill, the needle are dangerously pricky. Oh? Well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related.
What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber.
Piece of pink trash found on the windowsill of the hallway window, made of rubber. In the logic box.
I feel like I've seen something like this before.
Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there's a lecturer running loose inside this courthouse is simply unforgivable!
Ah! So like it was I you littered.
Rubbish belong in the rubbish bin! In you go! Ow!
The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up so much comparatively large object to their size.
Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Carmanabe and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard, just like these ants.
The same goes for you, Francisca. Oh, there's a handprint here. The dirt on this bench smells like some sort of sweet substance. I can't believe there is someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame! Calm down, Francisca. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? Suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who's sullied this bench. I see. And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob. You there, lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes sir. I've got the result of the fingerprints analysis, sir. And do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. Detective Gumshoe's fingerprint. Left on the hallway bench, dark smudges emit the scent of sweet sugar. In the organizer. And there you have it! Yes, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench! I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. Okay, so here's a piece of crud that the ants are being attracted to. What are these black speckles? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. Oh, that detective! He claims that not a single ant slipped by him! And yet, there's a whole hail of them! Ah! What are you eating me for? As a replacement for that pathetic detective! Nyeh. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Found on the floor under the bench, a hail of ants are attracted to their sweet scents. In the logic box. Mouse Edgeworth! The courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times! Don't hit it like it's my fault. It wasn't me that dropped the food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean! Ow! Ow! Okay, vending machine, Swiss roll crumbs. These beaks of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue, however it is being sold right over there. The vending machine? Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. 2 for $6? Talk about expensive. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Huh, naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints left on the hallway bench. Detective Gumshoe apparently sat there as he ate a Swiss roll. Ah! How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable! Don't you dare with me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. A contradiction? Where? Oh, I think around another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. Yeah, I think I know what the contradiction is. Oh, wait. I'm gonna try the windowsill cactus with the pink piece of trash. This pink rubber substance, I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. I suppose that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Balloon piece data jotted down in my organizer. Balloon piece. I just know I've seen a pink balloon around, found on the windowsill of hallway window. Okay, I'm stuck with the lobby number 2 window. Have I checked everything here? Okay, let's interrogate the judge. Your Honor, I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? Do you suspect me of something? No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well, you may continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh, okay. I have no idea you were chasing me, or my testimony. I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Time of the murder. Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restrooms. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. When I was going into the restroom, that detective, Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machine buying something from it. However, and this is, I could not believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain to me rationally. Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Apparently, this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. The restroom window, huh? I wonder if you can easily see the man's bathroom window from that one there. You can. I'm looking at it right now. I demand that you show me this view at once. I suspect that her height is what's limiting her ability to see. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now? Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Anytime. Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime. The judges in this country seems rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I heard that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. Okay. So here I got $5 bonus, Swiss roll, stain, and then a balloon piece. Courthouse special Swiss roll. Is this being sold somewhere on the premises? I don't recall seeing a restaurant or any sort in this courthouse. I somehow doubt you find junk food like this on a restaurant menu, Francisca. Well then, where do they sell these things, huh? A convenience store, I suppose. Well, I'm sure there's no convenience stores in this courthouse, Miles Edgeworth. Where in the world did this come from? Sorry. Sorry. Alright, back with the Bad. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. Hey, how about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movement during the recess.
You're getting in the way of the investigation.
I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself, plus I still hold investigative authority. Detective Gumshoe. So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here?
Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know? I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective instinct told me.
Well, not as good as did you. You could even protect one lone prosecutor with it. Exclamation mark. He's about angry and Francisca flinched.
Hold it!
Francisca, I think you need to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue.
I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct.
I told them to send somebody over.
And that detective's the one that showed up.
And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad?
Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, he came up on these defendant lobbies together.
Now we see Callisto. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad. And that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said, do not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside. And around what time did all that take place?
Let's see, I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot.
After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once. Oh? How can you make such a claim?
Huh. One of the guards out in this floor main lobby swore to me it didn't.
If the detectives never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple! He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
It would seem that I am still missing some key pieces of information. The gunshot. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yeah. I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you.
How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on scene?
Less than a minute.
What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot?
I grabbed your big dog, who was just walking around the hall, and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order.
That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I guess it does, little miss.
I am about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else. Oh, you dodged that, you missed.
You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss.
You wouldn't dare!
Ha ha! Just joking.
Yeah! Detective Bad is really something if he can make Francisca behave.
Are we about done?
Is there anything else I should ask him about? Oh shit! I would like you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. Oh, it was around the end of the recess and the trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't gonna show up for the end of. So I figured I should go get him or he will be late. And just as I thought that, bang! Sound of a gunshot here my end drums. So, you heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh? You heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. Okay. Bad, Detective Bad, testimony jotted down in my organizer. Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste. Hold it! Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door and doing nothing. I get the sense that he's someone investigating this crime scene. Or rather, that he's keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us just a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the one who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however. May I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation? Do as you like. Let's see. Okay, this is a negative. Detective Bad, I would like to ask you about this piece of evidence. Turns away. What a narcissist! He'd rather look at his face than the evidence. Don't trust your eyes all the time, little girl. I can see the evidence and keep an eye on the two of you with just this mirror. What? Then why don't you answer? Because I got nothing to say, that's all. Understood. Why couldn't you have just said that at the beginning? Just as I said, nothing further to add. If there's one thing that detective honors, it's that. You must have confidence in and take responsibility for anything you say. That's what it means to be a detective. In other words, you're just another stubborn horse, aren't you, detective? The KG8 incident, I heard that you were involved in this case as well. Yeah. Well, that. That's all you have to say. It was an unpleasant case that I don't wish to recall. I've got a lot of regrets and I'll never forget related to that. I'll never forget anything related to that. Regrets I'll take to the grave. Does he really just have many regrets? Or, on the other hand, thinking back on what I know, I suppose he just might. Okay, what else is there? The deduce won't open. Notice anything? This is a pretty spacious hallway, but it's nothing compared to the ones at home. Indeed, because the house itself is a bit too spacious. However, even with this much space, there's no way for that scruff face to hide. Well, other than the crime scene just beyond those doors. Francisca believed it much too early to draw any conclusion. It was already proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Now all we need to do is gather more information. And to do that, I'll just have to examine everything I see here by myself. Hallway window. So according to the judge, someone looking through the window, the restroom window, that you can see from the window at the end of this hall, can see into this hall. I'm wondering exactly how true that statement is, don't you? Well, it is possible to get a pretty clear view of this hallway from that restroom. Is that really a man's bathroom window through the window at the end of this hall? Of course. Can you not see it? I demand that you show me this view at once! I suppose I should go examine that window once again anyway. Ah, now I can do it.
Eureka!
About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how? Swiss roll dropped by the mysterious young girl. Its price 2 for $6. Investigation complete. I got some of life left. There. I believe I now have a very firm grasp at what's happened here. Ah, well, I do too.
Alright, Francisca. Would you care to share what conclusion you've come to?
Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead.
Okay. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. September 10th, 5:15 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Hello, Tyler. I'm doing very well today. Thank you for asking. This is Ace Attorney Investigation, Miles Edgeworth in HD. Ported for the PlayStation 5. Part of the collection where the... Who was shaking one on the other page? Oh, it was a forensics guy who was dusting for prints. It has a little swab. He spread the aluminum powder. Oh, and the guy at the bottom, yeah, there was a guy at the bottom who was scrubbing the floor underneath the vending machine. We thought it was dusting for prints, but apparently he saw a $5 bill and was trying to reach it. Your Honor, if I may, I would like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up.
Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect?
So yeah, the judge is involved in it because as a witness. And for some reason, he's quite short.
Like a couple of inches shorter than Edgeworth, actually.
In a sense, I suppose you could say that.
Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma.
Silence in the courtroom! Silence, I said! Order! Mr. New Prosecutor...
Okay.
Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred Von Karma, Miles Edgeworth, and Miss Genius Prosecutor successful to Manfred Von Karma, Francisca...
You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can't even place me under oath if you want.
Very well then. Your testimony, if you please.
Ye face off. What I saw at recess.
During the recess, I went to the restroom. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared.
Oh my god, he's so oblivious.
A detective that goes missing while on duty? That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Mighty sus indeed.
Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm?
Oh. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now.
During the recess, I went to the restroom.
Hold it!
Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask?
He told you before, he's old. Old people go to the bathroom a lot.
Oh! Well, isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the bathroom for, you dimwit? Or maybe I knew it. You suspect me of some sort of tomfoolery, don't you?
Please, stay calm, Your Honor. This is going to be much harder than I anticipated.
I'm sorry. You're right. I need to think things through with a level head. I'm just nervous because so much has happened today with this trial. Let's see, I announced a recess, a time for us to reconvene, but having done all that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away.
And why couldn't you?
Mr. Faraday has been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor, you know? Once I had finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom.
At least he stayed consistent on the going to the restroom part of his testimony. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway.
Hold it!
Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom? What is the meaning of that statement? I simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor. I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash the closest one up to the courtroom. Yeah. Courtyard, the lobby, the courtroom. So yeah, you have to go to the lobby. Yeah, that restroom was the closest. I suppose it's only natural given the circumstances. I ran from the courtroom, through this floor's main lobby and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals. And it was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor. Yes, exactly! Your Honor, there is no need to yell. I can hear you just fine. Oh, I guess I put a little too much into that last answer. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machine.
Hold it!
That was correct. Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor? Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to miss someone of this stature, even from as far away as the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big beige coat. Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw. What? Preposterous! My eyes are sharp as can be, ready to see through lies through the truth. Although recently things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be. Clearly his eyes are not the only things that have become fuzzy. But allow me to say with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. So this is where I think is the contradiction. He just sat down. Just gonna say first.
Objection!
There you go. What's with that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony? Aha! If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Miles Edgeworth! It's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me. What is that feel? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? The party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness. If you must know, the uncouth bench Solia is none other, has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor. Oh, well, that's good, but who was it? We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. Not happy with committing but murder, you had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty! Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that his action is related to the double murder. What do you mean? I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true. Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom? Yes, it is indeed. The window in the hallway was bit rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out of that window. And for some reason, there's a delay on that whip. Ow. I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. Then, it seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Hold it! Sorry. I don't use that usually. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was to try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it. Is there something of value that you would like to say? Yes, actually there is. I remember something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time.
Even if we overruled him, he would just keep on talking, wouldn't he?
That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better is in the perfect investigation, right?
What I saw, part 2.
I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. How was that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crime of others. Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time?
I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now. Now that he mentions it, right before we started the trial, he did talk about that. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going on. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson, the most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway? And whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I would like to clarify a few details in your testimony.
Rebuttal, what I saw, part 2.
I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window.
Hold it!
In that case, you could see that you were overconfident in your last testimony. Now hold on there. I just said that it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you referenced were left on that bench, do you? While you have proven that it's possible the detective was sitting, I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left. He's right. I've yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, his honor has seen a lot of life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked.
Hold it!
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvene? Yes, that sounds about right. Just as I expected. What were you expecting? I demand to know what all that all-knowing smile is for. Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I would like you to append it to your testimony. All right, if you insist. Let's see, I looked into that hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. Is there a contradiction here? Oh, Detective Bad heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. Okay. I'm gonna present this.
Hold it!
20 minutes before we reconvened. Very well. What did you do after that? Let's see. I had to make some preparation, so I rushed straight back to the courtroom. I also had to track down a few pieces of paperwork for the various bailiffs. So you rushed back to the courtroom, despite having just heard a gunshot? Well, at the time, I thought it was just the sound of a noise popper. Really couldn't think of any other explanation than someone having a birthday party. But now that this has happened, I see. Thinking back, the judge did mention something to that effect when we reconvened. I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. If it's something that forgettable, I don't need to hear it. But all I did was forget to mention it.
That sort of excuse may work on other people, but not on the Von Karma.
Ooh. But it's such an important piece of testimony. Please give me a chance to present it. I suppose I have no choice in the matter. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. Now, I think what you heard was the pop of a balloon.
Objection!
Ah, okay, they wanted me to contradict the... Okay. They were focusing on the when. That statement and this piece of evidence contradict one another. I don't feel a contradiction in the air. Mr. Edgeworth, I advise you to be a little more cautious with what you say. It appears I was mistaken.
Objection!
Oh, that is completely bullshit. I cannot allow you to make an objection. What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Egads, have I been overruled? Me? Your Honor, there's simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste. What do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that simply is not possible. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von... I bit my tongue again.
Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite your tongue on those preposterous names?
Eek. I'm pretty sure that's illegal to whip the judge. I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francesca.
Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back.
With your height, you need a stepladder of 4 to accomplish that. Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not as that far gone yet. I'll have you know, I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears. Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. What did you just say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? That can't be! Unfortunately, that is the truth. But I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot. The sound of a gunshot. We kept returning to this point of contention. That piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this what was really produced the gunshot you heard.
Take that!
I found this object in the hallway earlier. What is that big substance? You may not look it, but this actually is a piece of a balloon. I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that big balloon into the court record? Just like that little sound, the ding-a-ding-a-ding? Eh? Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. What? Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? Exclamation mark! I think I've said enough that even you can figure the rest on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this?
That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I would have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified.
Care to elaborate on how it ends something before it even begins? Well, to be honest, I did think that was the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. It really sounded like a birthday popper. But who could have guessed that somehow someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse.
No, but there was Kay with a balloon. I want to trade these coins with you.
That's it! That balloon that girl was holding, it explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released. Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened to you in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. I must fulfill my mission to find the perfect explanation to this case.
To be continued? No. September 10th, District Court, courtroom number 3. Bailiff bringing Gumshoe. There you go, sir. What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it.
I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. Next to the real judge. And I'll be your witness.
No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that.
Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental?
Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgment, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part. Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime. I guess so.
Huh? What are you guys talking about?
In any case, I would like you to testify as to your action while you were on guard duty. And please remember, you're not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony,
You get the whip! Ow! My whip will object loud and clear.
if you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood?
I gotcha, pal.
Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case.
So it's Edgeworth versus Gumshoe. While I was on duty, I came down here in this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard a gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal.
He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and this time I pulled the information I need out of him.
While I was on duty, I came down here in this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders.
So, was it really Detective Bad who called you down here?
You bet it was, Val. I was left in charge of the precinct while everyone was out, and this call comes in. I want you down here in 1 minute flat, he said. Well, I thought this was my big chance, my first case, so I made a mad dash down here. Although I couldn't exactly get here in a minute flat.
So how long did it take you?
About 10 minutes, I guess.
And what was Detective Bad doing when you finally made it?
He was waiting for me down on the first floor in the entranceway, pal. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2.
Hold it!
And by he, you mean...
Detective Bad, of course. And this being my first time at his courthouse. He also walked with me up to the 3rd floor hallway in front of the defendant lobbies.
And did you meet anyone along the way?
Well, just as we entered the hallway, we ran into Monsieur. When we heard about Monsieur, that Mr. Faraday was not to be interrupted, that's when Detective Bad told me to stand guard in the hallway, pal.
So far, Detective Gumshoe's testimony is matching up with Detective Bad's.
From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, it is not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway.
Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else?
Very well then. What exactly does guarding that door entail?
Well, to put it simply... Oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch.
Oh! Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of?
You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door just like I was ordered not to.
Francesca ... Judge ... Edgeworth ...
Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden?
Because we were all in shock. In awe of your utter stupidity. Scruffy! If you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one.
Ouch! But I'm not lying!
Should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close.
Until I heard the gunshot, I didn't make a single step away from lobby number 2 door.
The Swiss roll? Nah, the fingerprints.
Objection!
There you go. I have an objection.
Whoa, what is it, pal?
Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere?
Hey, it's one of those things, the courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal?
Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench?
Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that.
Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this.
You inconsiderate, slovenly pig! Take that! Hey! I promise to clean it up later, I swear.
Now then, shall we get down to business? How about the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door? If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls?
Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? No!
It appears that Francisca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can.
Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, okay? So I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed up again if anyone found out about me eating on the job, so I didn't want to say anything.
Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine.
Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back.
That last statement, it may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us?
Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal.
Objection!
Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe.
But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else.
Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you are aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct?
Remind me again, pal?
That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right?
Oh,
Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that?
I told you I bought it by myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me. So there's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you?
Correct.
As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do?
Of course I do.
What? How?
What proof do I have that there must have been someone else in the hallway? The balloon!
Take that!
What the heck is that? I knew it didn't really have anything. You prosecutors all the same, always lying to people. You should stop, you know.
Come on! I refuse to be lectured by the likes of you, detective. Miles, how long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective? I have no intention of falling for his lie because there was definitely a second person. Because if he was truly alone all along, then that piece of evidence should not exist. Oh, this is the bag that was dropped out by the girl. That's what they meant.
Take that!
Hey, you showed me that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal.
I think you're under mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls.
Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it, you thief!
Well, I would never do such a thing.
All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves, you're under arrest, pal.
I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective?
Grrr!
This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone.
Oh.
There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them. But you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you?
No way, pal. You got it all wrong. I ate both of them like a big grown man.
And then she come from the back and Miles got wiser. He dodged at the last second and he blocked her with his hand. It would appear that we've caught you at last. She's in a standing fighting mode. She wants to fight us.
Hey! Don't you dare do anything bad to that girl!
It would appear that they do know each other after all. So, why do you continue to come up to me and kick me, huh? Have I wronged you somehow?
I have a name and it's Kate!
Kate what?
Kate Faraday!
Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not a you, I'm a K! K?
Kay? You know, Kay? Good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do.
Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister!
Gummy? My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
What a cute nickname you've given him. I like Scruffy better, though. Gummy didn't do anything wrong. Okay.
It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail.
Rawr!
Rabbit girl. It appears that we've caught you red-headed eating a Swiss roll.
Ah, look, I'm sorry about lying to you, pal.
And you have nothing else to say?
Sure do. It was so fluffy and sweet and big. Yum, 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 yum. And it was perfection, pal. And totally worth every penny of my bonus.
I see. Well, good for you, detective. I can't believe it, but it's almost funny when a fool is this unbelievably foolish. Okay. What about you? Now then, Kay.
She's like a stray cat.
I wonder if I should feed her something. Yeah, here's the whatever left over your sweet rolls.
Take that!
Eat a Snickers. You're not yourself when you're angry. I promise to give this to you if you calm down.
Oh, Swiss roll! Hey, it's the one I just ate. You scammed me!
It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy.
Oh. Oh my. Your father, he's...
Hey, don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet.
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. but I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking. She's crying about how Daddy he's not here anymore. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay. I'm not going to cry. I'm not gonna cry. It's alright, let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. The case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festered deep into the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal that I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me, this child, I feel certain shared fate, a common bond between us.
Mouse Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry?
You're right. Sorry about that. Okay, here, how about you use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes?
Not my cravat! Ew! You're putting boogers on my cauliflower! Don't blow your nose on that!
I feel better now, thank you. I had an handkerchief. Shit. And this is what happened. Like, he gave it to her to wash it. Said, I promise I'll wash it when I see you again. And it took them 7 freaking years. And here's your cravache again. Okay. Are you going to be alright?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm already alright.
Somehow I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it.
I promise, Daddy, I'll never cry in front of a stranger. And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right? That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, Kay.
You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry just for you. Thank you very much, lady.
It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all. It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francesca is sympathetic to Kay's feeling.
Your father.
Kay, what kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
So, to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts over criminals.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls.
Oh.
I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard.
I see. What have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together.
A notebook of promises by Kay. I want to read that. A promise notebook. May I take a look inside, Kay?
Sure, okay.
It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Promise notebook, exchange diary between Mr. Faraday and Gay. Promise notebook data jotted down in my organizer. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero of justice like your father. Now I want to look. Promise to Daddy. Number 1. Never take things from a stranger. Never go anywhere with a stranger. Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of a stranger. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follow the rules. Okay? Be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me. Okay? Love your daddy. Alright. That's sweet. I'm gonna try. Hey, Kay. So, I'm a detective that catches the bad guys, too, right? That makes me a hero, too, huh? Yep, you're really cool, too, Gummy. Yeah, aren't I, Kay? What is with the two of them? I hand down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero, too. Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him to jail. Oh, I'm really sorry about that. Gummy is not a bad man, okay? That poor judge, he's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yeah, we're friends! In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? Dick Gumshoe. So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier? Mm-hmm. Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine. So I said hi. And when was this? Before everything got crazy. How long were the two of you together? We only talked for a little while. And then we went our own ways. That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess. Isn't that right? Ah, no, you got me. I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister. Oh, very well then. I'll just have to speak with a good detective in private later. Swiss rolls. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss roll, Kay? Well, I didn't really have a lot of money, and I somehow made $1 out of the pennies and quarters I had. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense, since it's $6, Gumshoe at 5, and she has enough change she needed to make for 1. So we make change for 1, we give her $1 for all the change she gave us, and with that, they managed to buy the Swiss roll. That still wasn't enough, and I really wanted one. Come to think of it, she did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. That's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct? Yeah, thanks so much for doing that, mister. Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Yeah, well, that's why. Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal. Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest? You don't even have a badge anymore. Yeah. I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question. Sorry about your roughly thing. Ugh. Yes, well now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. But Daddy said, never take things from a stranger. I'm Miles Edgeworth, now you know me, now take it. Oh yeah, one of the promises you made with your promise notebook, correct? Yeah, look, see, it's right here on this page. Never take things from a stranger, promise number 1. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet. Okay! Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from stranger. There you go. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. So now he made the animation like he put it back, but basically he gave it to her, and he put the spare one back. Uh-oh. I believe it's now crystal clear that you were with little Kay in that hallway. Oh, I told you to stop being mean to Gummy! Hold it! Hold it, Miles Edgeworth! There's still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon? You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. That's... well... Yummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's going to be okay.
Ah, so that's why. So, what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here is what I believe to be his reason. For a simple observation of the detective's action and his interaction with Kay, it's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Which piece of evidence proved that Detective Gumshoe was lying on an account of Kay? Like, she was there. I think I have a small grasp of what's going on, because she was there because her dad was at the courthouse. But for some reason she wasn't supposed to be there, or she went astray. She was alone with a stranger. Oh. Never go anywhere with a stranger. Okay, so because she wanted a Swiss roll bad, and she shared a Swiss roll with Gumshoe, it's like she was interacting with a stranger that would make or break her promise. So Gumshoe was trying to cover for her and pretending that no, a lot of these games are missing Phoenix. Yes, all these games are missing Phoenix Wright. Well, we did see him in Chapter 3 as a cameo. Back when we were in Gate Waterland, he was on the boat on the river with Maya and Pearls. But this game is 100% about Miles. 0% about Phoenix Wright. They don't even refer to him as Phoenix Wright, but as the blue suit, defense attorney with the blue suit. So I'm gonna try the notebook.
Take that!
Mr. Faraday and Kay's promised notebook? How does this explain anything?
If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay.
Ah. What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool! Ow!
Yummy, you lied because of me, didn't you?
And I'll happily do it again! Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why!
Gummy! At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now?
Guess there's no beating to you, huh, pal? Beating you, there's no beating you. Alright, I'll spill the goods. I'd been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me. But yeah, everything was above $5. All the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Yeah, but then like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up. And she had a pink balloon.
I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy. So I wanted to buy a Swiss roll, but all I had was $1. So yeah, they shared. I only had $1 in coins.
So we pooled my $5 and her $1 together and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together.
But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said,
Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad, huh? But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me, so you didn't really get it from me, you know?
He told me it'd be okay. And he gave me a whole roll to save and give it to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate? Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together?
Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate, I'll never forget as long as I live, pal.
Anyway, Kay, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. Don't litter. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece anyway.
It was sitting high up on the windowsill where you couldn't see it.
So just this once, I forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. With the cactus. So he dropped his cake roll, and then ants came down and ate it. That side of the courthouse was a mess because of you. Got it. Because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll. Yeah.
Wow, you really got me there, pal. Wow!
So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? You're sure a feisty one. Really sorry, mister. It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. The bruise is not that big anyway. So, about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go? Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murder.
Objection!
Wow, Callista, you. Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? Oh, because nobody else was in the hallway, and the access to the lobby is through the hallway. It's quite rude to eavesdrop, monsieur. I'm getting lectured on manners with a girl that whips everybody left and right, with a penchant for whipping people. What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Oh, and what have we here? What is a child doing here in the courthouse? Bailiff, take this child away. Now! Oh, Miss Callisto, you. That girl is Miss Faraday's. I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right. However, as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct?
Yeah, but...
You say? Is it obvious that it could only be the detective? He is the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. Ugh. I have no counter-argument for that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. But the investigation is far from over. Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? I suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on the criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence.
Oh, Miles! I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this! This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma! Down, Tigress, meow.
Now then, I'll be looking forward to the result of your investigation.
So, we're back to square one.
Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1.
To be continued. Save your progress? Yes. Am I gonna stop? Not yet. I have enough energy to finish this. The truth behind the KG8 incident. Alright. So now Detective Bad is with Kay at the lobby number 1, September 10th. 5:45 a. I was about to say AM. Like, whoa. Not in the morning. 5:45 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. The same portrait as in the other Defendant Lobby. And there's an open window, though it's barred. Huh. Except for the coffee table, both lobbies are identical.
What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers. Uncle Bad, is this it? Isn't that Detective Bad and Key over there? Looks like she managed to escape the bailiff.
No, that's not quite it. There's a bottle of perfume spilled over. I don't think there's any perfume in it. Ah, too bad, but it's so pretty. I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it. Thanks, I'll treasure it always.
Those two seem to get along rather well.
Oh, here. I got something else for you. Yay! Thank you, Uncle Bad. Another Swiss roll. Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy. Yum, 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 yum. Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe. Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was going to get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. I know he didn't kill Daddy. Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying. I'm not crying.
Okay.
Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady too.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being?
You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant here. So I'm related to the investigation!
Is that so, Detective Bad?
Yeah, I guess. What? You were just scolding us like kids to not mess up the crime scene, and now you hire your kid as your assistant? How dare you! You let this child run free. Why?
People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene, you know. And this year, that ain't the crime scene. You also had a few things you wanted to look into. Got a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that, but I'm curious as to what Monsieur is looking into.
Uncle Ben, I'm gonna look somewhere else now, okay?
Alright, I'm counting on you, girl.
Oh, that's right. Hey, mister.
Yes, what is it?
I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy, and I mean it. So, please, can you find the real bad guy, okay?
I won't forgive whoever did this. But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe.
She wandered off what I was pondering, that bitch!
One of the windows in this lobby is open as well. The air conditioner is working just fine in this room, but why did he open it, I wonder? Another comfortable sofa. Whoops. I didn't want to consult her. That expensive painting is ill-suited to be hanging on that wall of this room.
I wonder if a guard detail should be placed on it.
Why'd you say that?
Well, a desperate low-paid detective might make up with it someday. You never know.
She may be thinking about hiring a guard, but it's obvious she is in factoring in that guard's salary whatsoever.
Yeah, you want to put a guard to protect the painting from being stolen by a low-paid detective, but what about low-paid guards?
Oops.
What an incredibly strong-scented herbal tea.
I fear that more than being relaxing, this scent may make one a bit heady instead.
You put in a special request for that.
No wonder she's so violent if she's been drinking this stuff the whole time.
Neither woman should be allowed to comment on this particular topic, ever. It may not look like much, but I found that ordinary tables like this one are very useful.
I think it's time they bought a new one. I wonder if they will replace this table if I hit it enough with my whip.
A much too heavy-handed method if I ever saw one. The television is the same model as the one in defendant lobby number 2.
Looks like the two rooms are basically the same in terms of layout and supplies.
Yes. The two rooms are basically the same, huh?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
I can see down the courtyard from here.
What is that mess supposed to be? It's like an optical illusion.
I believe it's supposed to be post-modern in design.
More like tastelessness in design. Where did that bottle of perfume go? Kay took it.
I can't disagree there.
Because it wasn't related to the case, so Kay took it. Yeah, it may be a clue, but we haven't discovered the relevance of that clue.
This decorative lamp leaves are shinier than the ones on the plan in lobby number 2.
That's probably because it's next to the windows where it's easier to photosynthesize.
You may be right. Plus, the curtains are always drawn in lobby number 2.
The caretakers of this courthouse didn't think enough about the plans, do they?
That's because they're the courthouse caretakers, not a bunch of botanists. Alright, we're gonna talk with Bad. Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for?
Nothing that concerns you, boy.
Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay?
It does because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste.
It sounds like he's ready to be left alone. I have something I would like to confirm with you once again.
I don't have anything to say to you.
Oh. Be that as it may, we still have questions that needs answered. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate.
It's that ultra strong perfume you wear. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window. But that smell is still here.
Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume. Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand.
She said it's a famous brand from overseas.
Oh, shit. Just like me for real. It's a knockoff. Yes, it's definitely a knockoff.
No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it.
I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail. Why can't she ever be honest about her wants? There we go, we got a bottle of Miss You. Perfume given to Bad by you. Same perfume as the one spilled in lobby number 1. So we found another one. And this is a spare. So now we have the perfume Miss You wears. Just fantastic. Oops. Eee! Okay, nothing else.
Is that all you want to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating.
Actually, I still have a few other things I would wish to inquire about.
During the recess.
So you were in this room the entire recess?
Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big log down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here.
At least your story is consistent. Earlier, you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu.
Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here.
Then, what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in two different locations.
Yes, I am.
Interesting. Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you. Ugh. Let's see, Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG8 incident. And, as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on the case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard CC, but because you were the lead detective on the case. Exclamation mark.
You knew?
I also know that today's trials involving the Kodopian embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG8 incident. Bad da da da. Now then, detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday and the KG8 incident. Da da da.
Well, if you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you.
Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG8 incident.
It's not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who were directly involved, you two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. The honest truth behind the KG8 incident. And he is having a lollipop, just like me! Mine is 2 colors as well, but it's not the same swirly pattern. It's one of those cheap Chupa Chups. What's the flavor? Strawberry and cream. But yeah, the yellow could be cream and the pink is strawberry. So he's got a strawberry and cream lollipop as well. Yay! Faraday, you and I. As you already know, we 3 were involved with the KG8 incident. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring.
You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries?
Huh. That trial was just a front.
A facade?
Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring. CCU was killed.
Then what became of the secretary who was arrested?
His name was Colin Deveray. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Deveray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat.
The boss man of the Amano Group. He can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling?
I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go?
If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him.
That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece, was supposed to protect them both.
Miss Yu did mention that as well. About how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister.
But even I was supposed to protect them. I fell into their trap.
What kind of a trap?
The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap.
You mean you were fired upon?
And by the size of the hole, they look like a magnum caliber. Or maybe from a machine gun. Like a Vulcan machine gun. You were shot at that many times in one gunfight? Yo. Only about half of these are from that case. Ha! But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I've learned from the KG8 incident.
I see.
I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was not found guilty. We had hit a brick wall as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu.
Relation to you. But when you first met Miss Yu, it was on the day the verdict of the KG8 incident was handed down, was it not?
Yeah. Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do. But just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face. Well, She certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would be punishment enough.
Suppose not. You said it herself, that she never wanted to see either of us ever again.
But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct?
Well, yeah. Faraday and I, even after the KG8 incident, had come to a close. We continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring.
Is the ring really that big?
It was in pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney.
Her client was related to the smuggling ring and she was defending them?
Yeah. Yu was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time, for the same reason.
Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding to the KG8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words into my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to.
It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable.
You're so naive, little girl.
I could have stolen this lollipop from you, that's how naive you are. How dare you insult the daughter of a Von Karma?
Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all.
The law is merely a tool. There's no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman.
You two are still too young, but one day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all.
Relation to Faraday. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You ever seem to know Kay very well.
I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay? I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I cracked quite a few cases together.
But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case.
Did we touch a nerve?
I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial, to prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time to prove or disprove the accusation. But I guess I won't be doing that either.
I sense there was more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me?
What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rao.
I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu.
What?
The KG8 incident and the second KG8 incident, both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rao claimed to be the Yatagarasu, however, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then, during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd?
Mouse Edgeworth! Stop being around the bush and just spit it out already!
I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time.
A reason, huh?
And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rao's cold-blood killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu.
If it will help you solve this case, then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yatagarasu.
What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident. No, now you hit me by accident.
Was it though?
It still accidentally whipped me anyway.
There are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever.
I see. So those are the Yatagarasu's special traits.
Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief. The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away.
But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl. I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Koldopian embassy, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu sent the evidence?
Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I and a select few others knew about.
In that case, how could you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu who sent it?
That's easy. A special card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure.
And just what sort of card is it?
Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
Ah, that's how Detective Van knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now.
Bailiff is back. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please hand over to the courtroom, it would be much appreciated, sir.
Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad? What does the law mean to you? ...
Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive.
I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty.
September 10th, District Court, courtroom number 3. So yeah, there are some evidence on the prosecutor's bench, but also a document on the defense bench. So now we come.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited. For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand on the witness stand. Now I have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict.
Francisca, there is no need to further depress His Honor.
But I'm not trying to, Miles.
Your Honor? Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence? Your Honor! Oh! What? You? Yes. Can I help you? I would like to collect the evidence now, sir.
Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry. And I would, except that the defense attorney has yet to arrive. She's busy with the investigation. So let's keep this brief, shall we? Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation to their case. Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case, and maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. I'll place all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you. I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for. Okay. So, this is the evidence related to today's Codopian Embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag.
You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right?
Yes. Finally, we can now take a look at the evidence itself and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time.
Agreed. I want to take a good look at all of the evidence from the embassy murder too.
And why is that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
Don't point your crap at me just because you don't know something.
And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today.
I see someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma.
It's also real to see the knife up so close.
So, we have the knife, the gun, an envelope, and what's this organizer doing here? Oh, that's right, I completely forgot to tell you. About what, Your Honor? They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested to be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation. Detective Bad said that?
What a strange stroke of luck.
Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it too. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Alright, so let's look at the gun. This gun. It was originally used to kill the Codopia Embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, The responding police found Mr. Rell still holding it, which led to this immediate arrest. And then, this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic. Oh yeah. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. The knife. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday.
Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act?
And it's never crossed your mind that you use your pride and crop for the wrong purpose? The envelope. Took a quick look through these documents before the trial started.
Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it.
I suppose I should explain to you then.
Yes, you should. Perfectly, and in its entirety, if you please.
On the night of September the 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mackrell was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot.
A simpleton of a man, that's what he was!
Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. Rell was caught in the act of film by a security camera.
He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought! I can't believe he didn't notice the security camera!
The Codopian Embassy's security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area.
So, have you seen the content of the video for yourself?
Yes. The surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rell on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear.
So the footage included sound, huh? I don't think I ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life.
Me neither. Mr. Faraday's organizer. It appears he was in the habit of using it.
It looks like he wrote a strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down in here.
I have collected the evidence I need to prove that Rell was the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believes that Mr. Rell was the killer in the case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rell is not the real Yetagarasu. It would also appear that he had proof that Mr. Rell was not Yetagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yetagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. The Yetagarasu's key. And he apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope that this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rell may have made about being the real Yetagarasu.
And he had a way to prove that Mr. Rell was the guilty party in the embassy murder.
This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. Mr. Faraday's organizer. Faraday wrote this strategy for winning in here. Faraday organizer cheated out in my organizer. The organizer in my organizer.
Look! There's a picture stuck between these pages here.
This must be the Yetagarasu's key, but we haven't seen it. We saw a knife. But it appears to be a key. The pattern is wavy and we see lots of butterflies. Yeah, even the key teeth is shaped like a butterfly. I wonder what it opens.
A rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle.
The craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yetagarasu's key Mr. Faraday's mentioned in this organizer?
The Yetagarasu's key?
Detective Bat said something earlier. What's different about this time was the evidence related to the smuggling ring. was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence? Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I and a select few others knew about.
Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep the secret key safe.
As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling cases, that's to be expected. Yatagarasu's key, photo of the key the Yatagarasu sent, it has a rather unusual shape. That's odd.
What is it?
Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife to this organizer. Hey, this one has butterfly patterns too, but on the opposite side. And it has a flower on it. And there's something on the bottom of the blade, on the bottom of the handle. Looks like a yellow button or something. You know what? That key is more than meets the eye.
That certainly is odd.
The weapon that was used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from?
Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rao. That's the only logical conclusion, right?
No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband and weapons. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside.
In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse?
Well, we have a knife, we have no know where it belongs to, and we have proof that the key exists and the key isn't there. So, connect the two together. I need to think carefully here. There is nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence.
Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me?
Actually, I do know the answer, Francisca.
What? Then what is it?
One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of his own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. The knife was brought in the guise of a key.
Take that!
This Yatagarasu's keys, Mr. Faraday mentioned in this organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse.
You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth!
You just need to look a bit closer, Francisca, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key handle remind you of anything?
They do remind me of the knife.
Very good. Both the Yatagarasu keys in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentioned the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife.
You don't seriously mean to say?
It appears that you finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that those two pieces are, in fact, one and the same.
But that's impossible!
It's a transformer. Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Let us examine this knife in a little more detail. There you go, there's a button here. Very evident. Even the shape of the blade is weird. It's the weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. The handle and the blade itself both have beautiful design worked into them. So on the blade, we see the flower and we see the vine twirling left and right with what looks like clouds. But when we flip it to reveal the key, the clouds begin butterfly, and the handle is all squiggly like waves. Look, there's even a flower shape design in this gold section here. If this hasn't been used as a tool for murder, I would want it for myself. She seems to be drawn to the embellishment. Too bad this isn't mine to give. Oh, it's a lock. I can't believe it turned into a key. To think there was such a trick to this thing. So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key to the Yatagarasu stone. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now. Yatagarasu's key, photo of key the Yatagarasu sent, turned into a knife. So not a lot of people know it turns into a key. Frankly, I'm shocked! Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside. But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday. Even among law enforcement, this key is top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief Yatagarasu. Then maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yatagarasu? And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday? Is that one possible scenario? No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier, when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu. It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. Knife data updated in my organizer. Weapon used to kill Faraday has secret ability to change into key the Yatagarasu sent. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court. The surveillance video! How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? The video showing the moment in which Mr. Rel committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed? Are you done with your inspection of the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I am missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence. Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties? What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for? Derelict, do you dare leak your duties? No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence in today's trials, the surveillance video, is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me. But I brought Mr. Faraday's old bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene? The VCR. There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answer I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime. Defendant lobby number 2. Oh, Agent Lang is here. September 10th, 6 p.m., District Court, Defendant lobby number 2. That's Detective Bad. But who is he with?
I've never seen that officer before. He's not from around here. He's from Zhangfa.
So, did you find it?
No, not yet. And I've looked everywhere.
I see. Well then, please continue with the search.
Understood. I'll continue the search. Huh. So you're the one running this show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes.
How dare you? Just who do you think you are?
And he leaves.
What was that all about? And who was that man just now?
Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life.
Does he even know what we're standing right here behind him?
Yeah, I'm looking at you guys through the mirror.
I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids?
It looks like you're paying attention after all.
Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head.
Ah, so that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye on who or what it is behind him at all times. So, tell me, Detective Bad, how was that rude man just now? Who was that rude man just now?
The guy came here from the Republic of Zhangfa to study his Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch.
By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication.
He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy is more useful than Gumshoe, that's for sure, even if he is rude.
Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutor a hard time.
I agree. However, I think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad?
Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well.
Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you.
I highly doubt that. It has nothing to do with me. Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him.
I want to check the VCR first. That is one tiny TV.
Oh, Detective Gumshoe was rather shocked at this and said it is huge compared to his own.
Ha! Anything you compare with something he owes will always seem grandiose.
Speaking of grandiose, I would say that ego of yours could use a little deflating.
Ah, boo, it didn't do the thing. Was this table here all along?
I suppose so.
Objection!
Well, clearly it's out of place. When you take the sofa into consideration, that table is much too tall.
I get the impression the two are not meant to be used as a set, Francesca.
I knew that.
It seems she's lost her calm sense of judgment in her eagerness to defeat me. Oh. Come on. The curtains are shut tight. The color of those curtains is rather gloomy.
For a place where people's lives are in the balance, they could have chosen to hang something a little more cheery, you know.
I know, however, I think the designer had more things to think about than the lobbies.
Well, as about karma, I would afford any location related to the law extra attention to detail.
A bit obsessive, aren't we? Earlier, you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You're quite a busy man, Detective Bad.
Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say.
I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I ask about what happened again, correct?
I don't have anything left to say to you, boy.
Boy? Oh, you'll see. I will draw my answer from you one way or another.
What killed you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation?
I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think?
Please, we are asking you for just one bit more of your cooperation.
Don't push me, kid. Time of the murder.
I'd like to ask once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime.
I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about?
Things you don't know about? But aren't you supposed to know everything?
He should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting more answer from Detective Bad.
We showing the knife or the key?
This is a picture of the key. Detective Bad? Did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph?
Huh, of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case.
In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu key are one and the same?
What? That's impossible. It looks like he didn't know after all.
This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Is that correct?
I guess so.
However, Mr. Faraday had no idea what it was. In fact, a knife.
Yeah, I have to admit, neither of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this?
I noticed that since a little while ago, you appeared to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And why were you searching it for?
Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life?
Detective Bad. So that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more.
Alright. But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change.
Detective Bad, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1.
My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm going to do this.
That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find the truth behind this case.
Testimony, Detective Bad's movements. I was in lobby number 1 talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around here, and then we all ran into lobby number 2.
It sounds like the exact same story he told us before.
Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can.
I was in lobby number 1 talking with you.
Hold it!
Why did Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? ... Answer me!
Who knows? She just said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about. And we walked into lobby number 1 together, that's all.
So his answer remains the same as before, I see.
We were talking about some trivial things.
Hold it!
I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Miss Yu.
Trivial stuff. It was nothing important.
That's for me to decide. Back. Oh yeah? Well, I you back too. Alright, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on then.
I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene.
Hold it!
Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary?
I didn't hear any other strange sound until that gunshot.
If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one for the murder, that would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask, would you please amend your testimony with that statement just now?
Sure. I didn't hear any other strange sound until that gunshot.
So... he's not referring to the balloon now, is he?
Hold it!
Detective Bad, you honestly don't remember hearing anything else?
Yeah.
Is it possible you were so involved in your conversation that you missed something?
I've been a detective a long time, even if I ever involved in something. I've got quite the habit of keeping tabs on everything that goes on around me. If there had been some other strange sound, you can be sure I would have heard it.
I suppose with this detective, that's probably very likely.
So the gunshot. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out of the hallway together.
Hold it!
And why did the two of you dash out in the hallway straight away?
Because we clearly heard the sound of a gunshot. And we knew it came from somewhere nearby.
And how did you know that it was a gunshot?
In my line of work, you hear enough of them to know.
I suppose it's only natural for a detective to know what a real gunshot sounds like.
But given the circumstances, the only person I could think of whose life would have been in danger was Faraday. That's why I ran out into the hallway right away and headed for where he was. I saw Gumshoe goofy around here, and then we all ran into lobby number 2. You didn't hear any other sound until that gunshot? Oh. I get it. There was a balloon pop. He would have heard that. It sounds like a gunshot, but he didn't hear it for some reason.
Objection!
Yeah.
Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything?
It's the same color as the one Kay was holding.
Oh? So you knew about that girl's balloon?
Yeah, I was sitting with her up until the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her.
Well, as you may have already surmised, This piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So, what about the balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point.
What are you getting at?
This fragment was found in the hallway, right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook for a gunshot.
Oh, so the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh? On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene.
Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at the time, you were close enough that you should have heard that balloon popping as well.
So?
Don't give me a so.
We just proved that there's a flaw in your testimony. No, the crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking. Since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked. Hold it! What is that supposed to mean? All the rooms in the defendant's lobby are soundproof. The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material. Oh, yes. They look thick and ugly. So yeah, they were complaining about the curtains being ugly, but no, they're soundproof.
Then you mean?
Yup. Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound. No!
Gah! I knew what was going to say.
But then again, how did he hear the gunshot? He didn't hear the balloon pop, but he heard the gunshot? Then that means that Scruff's face testimony is completely useless! If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle!
No!
That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids? Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in this logic! Not the other way around!
The other way around? It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. And yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that is the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot?
What do you mean, how? I just did. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. God damn it. Freaking prosecutor kids. Nancy Drew and need to replace my lollipop, that's why.
It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words.
Oh, how so?
If the rooms are soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears?
Oh, I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I had thought. Oh, I got it. Now I know how they heard the gunshot. Both lobby have windows open. On this lobby, it was open because you dropped the bottle of perfume. That made her open the window.
culprit happened to open the window as well for some reason. Wait, you did that on purpose? Oh shit. Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how Detectives Van and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again. The state of the crime scene? Wait, can it be? It's that ultra strong perfume you wear. She spilled some of it. Yeah, that's what I said. This is what I figured out. Ah! Way too noisy. Very loud television. Lobby television number 2. Looks like it was set to an incredibly high volume. Oh, okay. The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? Where did the surveillance tape from Mr. Faraday bag disappear off to? So it was the gunshot from the surveillance video that everybody thought. Okay. Okay, so lobby number 2 window, dissipating the smell. It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows. And yet the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course! Incorporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. Open windows? Criminal couldn't have made it through, but what about incorporeal things? Very loud television, missing evidence. No, they don't fit. All right. No matter. Basically, they say very loud television, open windows, and then it's gonna be the TV thing. Now then, what else besides the smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the window were open, the jig would be up. And since the window in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. Gunshot could be heard, windows are open, so the gunshot could be heard where they originated from. From the missing evidence that was in the VCR. The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite the impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Mouse, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I've figured out where we should look for. Where would that be? I believe we should examine the television.
The TV? Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like.
Earlier, when Detective Gumshoe touched this, it made some most terrible racket.
You mean when Scruffy turned the television on, right?
Actually, come to think of it, I don't think Detective Gumshoe actually touched the television at all. Furthermore, it seems more like when the video feed suddenly stops, at least it did to me.
I wonder why that is.
Okay, so there was a VCR that played footage of the gunshot, and the rest of the tape was blank. The window is wide open. The scent of flowers being blown in from the outside.
I think it softens the heavy air in the air somewhat.
Windows in both lobby number 1 and number 2 were opened.
Maybe they were trying to air out the room just like in lobby number 1. Or maybe they sought to ease some of the tension through some fresh air.
With Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell in the same room, I imagined the latter to be the case. But was there really a need to open the window just for that? It's a video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside.
Looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end.
This tape, could it not be the missing surveillance tape?
I suppose, but...
Detective Bad, would it be alright with you if we verify the contents of this video?
Sure, knock yourself out.
Alright then, let's rewind this and see what we have.
If I remember correctly, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape.
Understood. This should be about right now. Then let's see.
There you go.
This is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member.
I knew it. The missing piece of evidence. The surveillance video was here all along.
Surveillance video of the embassy staff member. I wanted to check the videotape first, but no, they wouldn't allow me. I would have found it first. Oh no, I have to find the... This sound, what's the meaning of this?
It appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder.
Do you mean that you figured it all out then?
Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from.
Fine, in that case, show me what you've deduced.
Now, to show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from.
Well, okay. So I have to deduce that the window and the tape.
Eureka!
If the door and windows up to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser.
That's true, this courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were.
However, what happened in reality was, Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot.
Well, the windows in lobby number 1, number 2, and the hallway were open. So naturally, the people in those locations could hear it.
Ah, but then, why would the criminal open the window in the first place?
To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose?
Correct! That is the only logical conclusion we can draw from this.
But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction! And I can't get no!
Very well, I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of
When the crime took place.
The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so.
So that's why the tape was left running.
You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video?
Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought.
Exclamation mark.
It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Somehow, we had no alibi for that time period, and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer.
Investigation complete. Full life. Bailiff. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, what is it?
Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom.
She said that she's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something.
It looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something.
Understood. Please tell her that I will be right over.
I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say.
It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth.
To be continued. Alright, we're gonna stay just to reveal the truth. This is the last part. And we're too close to the end to stop, so might as well continue. Confrontation with Callisto Yu, former. This must be the beginning. And then there's another part, and then this is going to be the conclusion. September 10th, 6:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Yeah, Miss Yu is standing at the attorney bench. Little K is there as well. Bad, Francisca, and Edgeworth comes in.
Okay, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating.
But the object you're looking for has already...
Hold that. Okay? Don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it.
Detective Bad, have you already found what you were looking for?
If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do.
Oh? You're more sympathetic than I thought.
Huh.
I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. I've also will be waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest.
The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest.
Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already.
Don't you? We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds.
Oh, I see we even have a viewer in the gallery, and... why, even Mr. Bad is here.
A view in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander. I have a duty to see to this case through to the end. No matter how it turns out.
Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I have slaved away to find out. I've taken statement on every single person's movements during the time where our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there is no possible route to escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe.
That's all you have?
Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion in this case.
Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there is always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'll be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court. In this case, don't you think?
How absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing.
But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony.
If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is to prove it by showing who the real killer is.
Argument. Miss Yu's argument. Everyone sounds the suspect as an alibi for when the gun went off.
Furthermore, the area around the crime scene have been thoroughly investigated, right?
I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2, which leaves us, right, with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer!
Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth.
But of course. There is no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve.
Miss Yu's argument.
Everyone except the suspect has an alibi from when the gun went off.
Hold it!
The suspect? But I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven. Are you joking, Edgeworth? I assure you, this is no joke. Look, I know you heard that from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll. Yes, that is correct. But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking. Guess she's done her research well. Which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump card she's withholding. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have been thoroughly investigated. Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide. The scrunched eyebrows and line on your foreheads are back. Anyway, even if you believe that it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, lobby number 2, has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect. But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window and into the garden? That's the first place everyone looks, silly! The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know? Isn't that right, Mr. Bad?
Yeah, there wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden.
I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case. I also confirmed that there's no possible escape route from lobby number 2.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible route of escape? Of course I'm sure. And why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future. Which leads us with one unshakable conclusion that Gumshoe is the killer.
Hold it!
You may think it's unshakable, but to me, there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand? But you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, doesn't mean you know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francesca or myself speaking with you about the subject. Ah, but there were witnesses. For you, there is your mentor who gave you an alibi. I see. As for the little Missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door to this hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or bailiff or anyone else. Wait, so basically, the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out I was to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, monsieur, what about everyone's alibi before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what people were doing during the stat span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for?
It doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot to the time Mr. Bad and I arrive on the scene as we dash from lobby number 1, the only person who could have committed a crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if this crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? Exclamation mark. That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception of time. Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1, care to explain how that could have been fabricated?
Take that!
That tape? Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video. Ah, but I do, which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. Whoa. She almost missed her face when she did the line of makeup. That's the only thing I can think of, too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes from the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe.
Objection!
Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and Little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we do! Didn't we, Miles? Yes, of course. We know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until a little while ago. That's right. And if the rooms are soundproof, then we shouldn't have been able to hear it. And yet, we heard the gunshot clear as day. And that's it. End of story. But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from some roof room? The door was open, the window was open, there was a hole in the wall. There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each! Exclamation mark! Now, we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also open.
Objection!
It's probably just coincidence that they were both open at the time.
Objection!
It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer is this double murder is... Callisto U!
Take that!
I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. Bang! Bad! Exclamation mark. What? You indict me? Smear of lipstick through her cheek. Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet. I do. Like she wouldn't take any chance. Like the defendant admit like I'm the Yetagarasu, and he said that, oh, Faraday is the real Yatagarasu. And the only reason she took the case as a district attorney is to get revenge on the Yatagarasu for killing the daughter, her sister. So she didn't take any chance, she killed both of them. And there's your motive. But of course I'm serious, because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, monsieur, do you still feel like laughing now? Of course I do, Mr. Edgeworth. My argument must not be tight enough yet. Although I never thought things would spiral into this. But I have you know I'm enjoying this chance quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? Testimony rebuttal? You argue that the window was open? However, do you have proof that it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this. Especially with logic as full of holes as yours. This is where it really starts. I must let my guard down for even a second, or the truth will blow away. Now it's time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test. That on the first statement. What argued that you argued that the window was open? Do you have proof that it was I who did that? We don't have proof that she opened the window, but it doesn't matter. We have proof that she made it so that somebody had to open the window.
Objection!
I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, monsieur? Aha! Miss Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I would recommend for boys, you know. Too flowery, too sweet, too My Little Pony. This isn't mine! That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad, you see. Monsieur, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much is for sure. That you are the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad. And that you're super easy to rile up. So, what about the perfume? While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That according to Detective Bad... Oh, I know. You also knew that if you spilled it, you would naturally move to open a window.
Objection!
Come now, I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window.
Objection!
The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. You mean? Monsieur, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1. When you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's primitive events could only have been thought up by you, monsieur. Grrr, another smear. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume? Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Why, it couldn't be me. Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Aunt Karma. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Miles? Her testimony is flawless! Yes, but no matter what sort of tricks she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her.
Hold it!
I think I already explained the significance of that earlier. You only confirmed that I did spill some perfume. But that's all. That you would accuse me of murder based on a simple spill? Don't you dare complain when I sue you for defamation of character! Do as you like, but as for me, I believe... You believe. I believe that you are the true culprit in this case. My, you're enthusiastic! Of course, I should have guessed. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Aunt Karma. I formally request that you desist in your attack against my mentor. Yeah! Or we'll sue you for defamation! All I'm doing is telling the truth. Well, maybe. More like spreading gossip. Although your adamant denials are, shall we say, just adding fuel to the fire. How dare you! Say such a thing!
Calm down, little girl. Don't let her get to you.
Aw, why did you have to ruin my fun? Well, shall I continue? It simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday.
Hold it!
And why exactly couldn't you not have killed him? I was just about to testify to that. You're such an impatient man. I'm not really into that, you know, Edgeworth. Ugh. Your preferences are no bearing on what it is at hand. Feeling a little bit uncomfortable, are we?
Objection!
Miss you will desist in this tomfoolery and return to your testimony. And Miles, if you're going to lose your cool, then I won't show you any mercy. Sorry. Miss you, please continue with your testimony. Sure. As I was saying, I couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from.
Hold it!
At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, monsieur. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'm doing. Huh? But I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday has yet to use. Ah, so that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've always figured you out. There was no knife inside Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key the Yatagrasu had sent. How does she know about that? And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come on, be honest. Well, I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony. Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you like. There was a key in this evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a key. Oh, you can kill someone with this key.
Objection!
Monsieur, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key the Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it is in fact has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Miss Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's keys and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yatagarasu's keys alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the Yatagarasu's key. I still haven't got a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would even now still feign ignorance? I'm not feigning anything. But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor! Now, take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real. Wow, who knew there was such a trick into this thing? You're satisfied now? But of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu keys are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of the law enforcement, and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Exclamation mark. Furthermore, there's something that the Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. He had no idea. Just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, he told me. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transformed.
Objection!
What you are saying is simply not possible. Oh, and why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentioned nothing about a knife.
Objection!
I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know. Wouldn't something of this importance be better left off to oral communication?
Objection!
Unfortunately, that is also impossible. Because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. Shh. Smear. What would have been highly classified information, even within the police force? And it's something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh? How can you laugh at a time like this? She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with. I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know you know the real nature of the knife. Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it, the moment of truth, the secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu key would change into a knife? The Yatagarasu himself! There is only one person who could have known about the dual nature of the key. And that is? And that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu keys to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself. Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu? Monsieur, you used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You who profess to bear a grudge against criminal, why? Why do something like this? Is that your answer? For the lols? Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill, it's even bigger than when I sneak into some place. You. Now Bad is sweating. You killed Faraday. Why? Answer me, Callisto you. Callisto you, huh? That's not even my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal, for a little favor in return. All he had to do was to accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel caves to only two things: money and authority, just as all thugs do. I fear my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held to Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. But didn't you say that you despise criminals? But I do! But do I, really? You! Have you forgotten about the KGA incident too? Maybe. What sort of woman would... So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent? Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using this Yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in the right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu's key, just like that. He never noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. Oh! The key was inside the bag, and when he turned into a plastic bag, the bag turned inside out, and that's why there's blood on top of the bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life. How could you kill him? Well, I just showed you how. I knew him from a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death. But if you kill Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rao as well. I believe I mentioned why we were placing Detective Gumshoe after arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness. And how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd kill each other. Then the trick with the surveillance tape. Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of the surveillance tape. Which is why Adrel helped me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him with all his hard work with a bullet. You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you? How could you betray a client? Client? If you want to talk about who was a client of whose first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Cadopian Embassy staff member, Dade Mann. You order a head job? You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad? I had Dade Mann killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination? It can't be. You're... That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring. How could this... You don't mean you're working with Manny Cochin too, do you? Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. The Yatagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. Nah, you know what? I think that she pretends to be the real Yatagarasu, but she's actually part of the smuggling ring. Or... I don't know. That's right, little girl. The Yatagarasu is just another killer. Be quiet, you. Yatagarasu, you can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know? The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. She points a gun. Edgeworth, exclamation mark. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it. You mean the key was your real target? And even after I gave you such a great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on the criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence. You two get down! Eric! Ah! Alright, so Francesca is sitting on her ass, covering. My body, it can't move! Is it gonna be bullet time? Is Bad is gonna do look out, Mr. President! In slow-mo and took a bullet for Edgeworth. Hey, mister! To your right! Oh, Cave's still there. My right. You! And then she runs away. Bad comes after her. And Cave after Bad. Oh, you're right, Francesca? I'm perfectly fine, Miles. Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot! Did Bad got you? September 10th, 7 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Oh, Bad is back with Gumshoe.
sorry. It looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon.
Detective Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot.
I'm okay, I just got another hole in my jacket is all. Aww.
He may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken.
But more importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you two hurt?
I'm absolutely fine. I'm also alright. Thanks to Kay.
Speaking of Kay, where is she?
I don't know, she just sort of disappeared.
I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir! Detective Bad, sir!
I'm sorry I doubted you.
Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too after all.
I heard about what happened from Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective.
Exclamation mark!
Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay?
You got it, Pops!
Pops? Watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we? Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment.
I should get back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do.
Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care.
Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday.
Gumshoe makes a salute. Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything.
Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison.
Judge, sad.
I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
It was no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor.
Well, even if we didn't have His Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf.
Yeah, can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective.
Well, so long as you're not fired, you should work hard, giving all you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me.
She did? Oh, what is it?
What was it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship? What was it again? Oh yeah, the Swiss roll.
Take that!
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll! Can I really have it?
Well, yes. It's a present meant for you, after all.
Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now.
Sure, go ahead. The Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay brought together. While the one Kay saved never reached her father, it would appear that her sentiment have touched the heart of this detective. He's so happy, it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. Well, I was asking by Kay to give it to him.
What? That was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. I gotta take Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she?
You only noticed just now. Was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe we should go join him.
Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first, you know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. We should go home 2 miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir. Don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on real well.
I'll be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. And thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now here 7 years later, bringing back the cravat she stained with her snot. ...
So, do you remember now?
Yes, I remember everything. Kay, it's been a while.
Kay, you sure grew up a lot. Of course, but thank goodness I thought you two had totally forgotten about me. You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time?
Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much.
Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right.
So, does it all make sense now?
You betcha it does.
Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently and...
Hold it!
Actually, there's still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay.
Huh?
First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu is my father. Huh.
Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu?
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure. But that's impossible! What's with that look? You don't believe me? It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now. Alright then. Well, how do you explain this, little thief? Well, it's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing. Yup, that's little thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father.
Wow, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, but he was really a great thief, huh?
Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was skilled. And the Yatagarasu was no more. But despite that, Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently. Someone other than you? Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article. Yatagarasu sent card to embassy. Again with the embassy? Another calling card? Yeah. Meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto Yu lady is behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out. But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves.
Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up, and I knew I just couldn't let it go. So I searched you out so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you're saying that I have your father's and Miss Yu's identities backwards?
Yeah! Because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace.
Kay.
Kay, you're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal.
Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, I'm afraid I can't be complicit.
Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, your guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now? Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman.
That evil woman, you mean Callisto Yu?
I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me?
Dot. Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you.
Huh?
Owe me for what? When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today, and I am not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid.
That you mean...
Yes. That case has been weighted down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you! Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Isn't that great, Kay? Yeah, it sure is, Gummy!
Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. What is with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Byrne Faraday, Callisto Yu, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu. And the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay.
The end. End of chapter 4. Alright.